Ba ba ba, going live, pop out chats. I believe we are live. Hello everyone. Right, I'm not set up yet just because I've just got back into the shop after going home and getting some food and then coming back in and stuff like that. I'm going to go and get myself a coffee and we'll get started. So I'm just going to leave this screen up just so the stream is rolling and we'll get set up and we'll get started. So yeah, back in a moment everyone. I'm here. We're starting. We're live on mic. Due to the glories of wireless microphones, I can go and get coffee and still be talking to you, but not be able to read the chat. So please enjoy some coffee making ASMR. Do. How's everyone doing? I'm going to ask rhetorical questions to which I cannot see the responses. I probably need to do some gone live updates somewhere as well. Oh no! The water filter is overheating. Overflowing. There we go. Right. Coffee machine is warming up. Let's come back out here. How are we doing? Hello, hello everyone. At least he's not going to the loo with a hot mic. Man, I live in fear. If I'm going to the bathroom, I'll legitimately just take the microphone off. I don't trust any muting or anything like that. Right. Live on a Thursday. Yeah, well, normally I stream games on a Thursday on my Twitch channel. However, I had this build and I needed to get it done. And I thought, I need to get this done, and I'm between games on Thursday at the moment. I was going to start on Sonic Time Twisted and play through that. However, as I say, I kind of need to get this done because it's got to get collected on Saturday, and I don't really want to lose half of tomorrow to doing this job. So I was like, let's just stream this tonight instead. Right, where shall I... am I going to switch out to the... I'm just trying to figure out what mic setup to do. I think I'm going to do camera in the... camera on the light. So here we go. Let's try this out. I'm going to move this. I'm going to take you guys off for a ride. We're going to go up here. Yeah. Right. What does that give you guys a view of? That looks good. Right. And why is that wobbling? Is that just because the camera's wobbling? Yeah, that's fine. Good. Right. As you can see, I've brushed my hair. What's my Twitch channel? I'll bash it into the chat so people can follow it. Twitch.tv/Nethersam. Bam. There we go. That's my Twitch. What happened to the lower half of the walls? Run out of paint. Well, the previous occupants of this building, 100,000 subscriber special is coming soon, by the way, and there'll be a proper tour of the place and more information there. But previous occupant was a hair salon, and they had this plastic, don't know what you call it really, they just had a plastic sheets along the wall, presumably just to make everything just wipe down. And there are just places where that has already been removed, places where I've removed some of it already, and it's just all pending a redecoration in here. So that is all coming. I kind of wanted to do as much as possible before the 100,000 subscriber special, but I'm realistic that a lot of this stuff like repainting and stuff like that, it ain't going to get done quickly. So the 100,000 subscriber special is going to have to be a work in progress video. Right, I'll just put all these half-finished stuff over here. I've got to clear the end of the counter. So, let's see. No sound. Yeah. I think that's just you, Dennis. Try refreshing and check you're not muted. Rick Lakes, glad I caught your live stream. Thank you very much for the $5, dude. I'm just going to go and get the coffee. I'll be right back. Right, that's going. Whoop. Move these guys to somewhere else. Good Lord, a file copy that's been going for approximately a week has finished. I've got a MacBook Pro on the counter behind me over here that's been copying data off of an 8 terabyte external drive. It's taken a long time. Right. I should have done this earlier on, but whatever. This is where we live now. I need to clear this entire end of the counter so I've got space to work. First step about building computers, you need a lot of space to do it. Don't work in a narrow space. Give yourself room to work. But what I like about the new shop is I've got all these countertops and I can just move my junk around. It's amazing. There we go. There better not be any spaghetti. It'll never be good enough for you, Spud Nugget. Hello, by the way. Thank you for the £10, man. How's it going? Whatever I do is not going to be good enough for you because you're a cheater. You're a dirty cheater. And you build in the same cases all the time. So you know exactly the layout to do. So, let's see. This isn't Sonic Time Twisted on Twitch. It's not, but hello, Andy. I know you were looking forward to Sonic Time Twisted, but I got a computer to build. I got to build the computers. This is just a one-off. Stirring coffee. Stir it like it's cake batter, as one person once said in a comment. Right. Right. Okay. I think I've got space now. Yeah. Okay, right. That's good. Let's go and I'll go and get the boxes. Oh, it's a big boy. Ooh. Ooh. This is a big boy. Actually, I'm just gonna. Oh, actually, no. I do want the mat. I changed my mind. Put it back. However, let's just move it up the counter. That should do. Okay. This is fine. Ooh. Right. Now let's adjust things. So we need that to be further back. Actually, we need this light to be higher so it's off camera. Oop. Right, that's now off camera, and we need something over here. Don't mind me, just adjusting. There we go, that's given us a bit more light down there. That's better. Good. All right. Okay, let's see. Slinkinage, what's up? How's it going there? Okay, there's no way I'm going to keep up with chat tonight, but I'll do my best. This looks real dusty. Oof. It is. This could, so, right, I think we are ready to go. We are... Oh, we're still under the 10-minute mark. We're okay. Yes, 10 minutes in, we can do. Also confuse Antec with Arctic sometimes. I don't, but I can see why we would. Let's see. Okay, so. Firstly, 10 points to anyone who can tell me what case this is. It's a Corsair. It's a Corsair. Is it? No, it's not a crystal. I don't know. Anyone know what the name of this case is? It's the big brother of the. It's the big brother of the C400. No, 400C. I've got the little brother of this case under my counter, which is my YouTube recording one. And this is the big brother of it. It's massive. This is a customer computer, and they want to rehouse it. So this has got a Sabertooth Z77 motherboard in it. So my guess is third gen Intel, maybe early fourth gen. Corsair 760T. There we go, 760T. So yeah, it's got, I reckon, third gen Intel in there. Graphics card looks fairly chunky, not sure. I'm going to cheat and look. Oh, it's a 1070. That's newer than I expected. I genuinely thought that was going to be a 780. It's a 1070 in there. But at any rate, this computer, it's obviously old, it's very dusty, and the customer wants a change. They want to refresh it, and a really good way to refresh a PC that you're kind of bored of but can't afford to replace is to rehouse it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to strip this thing down and then put it in a new box. I'll go and get the new case now just so it's in the room. However, we're not actually going to be unboxing that for a while. We've got to strip this one down first. We're going to be rehousing it into this 4000D airflow. Ugh. I'll put that down over there. Whew. Z77 is 3rd gen. Yeah. Oh, Sandy and Ivy only. Fair enough. Yeah. Was there a Z87? Does anyone know? But yeah. It's going to be the GT 1030. Oh, no. Okay. Postal, hello there. Doo-doo. Right, I'm going to do my best to try and look in on chat now and then. However, lots of people. You need to get the GT... Wait, what? You need to get the GT 1030 just for watching Mia Khalifa. I have no idea what that sentence means. Let's see. Andrew Johnson, hello, hello. Let's see. Michael Casper, you inspired me about a year ago to get back in electronics. You're in central US. You're in the process of opening a shop, Uncle Mike's Electronics Repair. My dude, that's awesome. That makes me very happy. I'm honored to have inspired you to do that, my dude. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that goes really well. Right, as you can see, this was one of the first cases that had a swing-in side door. This isn't tempered glass, it's plastic, unfortunately. But the great thing is you can just lift them off. This is why I like the Corsair 400C, which is what I got under the bench, because, yeah, just swinging door that you can just lift off. You can get cases these days that have got that in tempered glass as well, such as the Lianli Landcool 2 here, which is a modern version of that. Man, that Landcool 2 is awesome. Everyone who told me to buy one of those was bang on the money. Right. Am I going to lay this down? I'm going to lay this down. Here we go. I'm going to take off both the doors and then lay it down. Whoop. Right, here we go. Oh. Okay, let's get you guys a camera. Doo-doo. And we need 90 degrees here. 90 degrees. And we are in focus. Good. There we go. We're in. Whoop. What do you think about buying the newest GTX in 2021? Hey, I like the new cards. You'll sell the old case in an ally. No idea what's happening to this case. Customer's probably going to take it away, I would imagine. 4000D is nice, but the USB ports suck. I quite like the fact that it's got one A and one C. I feel like it could have had two A ports and a C port. I reviewed the 4000D, and that was one of my complaints of that case, is there's zero reason for them not to have put a second USB Type A port on it. But nah, that's just where it is. Right, we're going to start stripping this down. We're basically going to strip this thing to pieces, then we're going to dust all of those pieces, and then we're going to put it into the new case. So let's start pulling out screws. You're still using Z97. This stream is going out on a Z97 with a 4770K in it, because I just haven't needed to update it. If your computer is doing what you need it to do, stay the course. The only adjustment I've made to the Stream PC in recent times is I've swapped out its 960 for a 1070, because that has enabled me to start recording in 4K. Some of the new videos are 4K tiled, which means I record, because where I've got multiple cameras, I record all the cameras in a 4K tile format, and then that means I can swap cameras in editing and stuff like that. That looks like a 780T. Everyone reckoned it was a 780 or a 760T. Did they say 780 or 760? I'm not sure. There we go, 1070 Jetstream. Big boy, 2.5 inch, 2.5 slot cooler. That's probably a real quiet graphics card, actually, a 1070 with a massive 2.5 slot cooler on it. This is still a decent card. I like the 1070 a lot. Z87 with a 4770 non-K. Yeah, that'll do it. How much would a dusting service cost me? Well, I mean, if you just came in with a computer, if the customer just said they wanted the dust out of the computer, I'd have done that for a £5 over the counter. I'd have said, go away and get a sandwich. I'll take this out the back and air compressor it out. Come back, give me a £5, and we're done. However, because we're rehousing this and everything, we're actually going to town on it. So this is coming in on my flat fee service, which is £50. You know, I don't get a lot of money for jobs like this. It's not particularly economically viable, but I enjoy doing jobs like this. This kind of job makes my job fun, really. Because a lot of people, if you said, oh, I get paid to take computers apart and rebuild them in new cases, they'd say that's a sweet job. So yeah, this is not a money maker for me. This is just fun. What the heck is this? Wow, it's a Hauppage digital TV card. When was the last time you saw one of those? I wonder if the customer still uses that. I probably should have checked in with them, actually, and just said, is there anything you want me to, you know, leave out? It's one of those turboprop inspired fans. Yeah, kind of. Right, I'm just going to take everything out as is. It's all got to come out. It's all got to come out. So we're just pulling out all the wires. Face mask. I'm on my own in here. Oh, are you talking about face mask against the dust? Yeah. I'm not going to worry about a face mask while I'm working on this. However, when we take all of this out the back and air compressor it, that's when I'll have my mask on. Damn, 16 minutes late. You haven't missed much yet, so don't worry about it. Dust plus smoker. Oh, dust plus smoker is horrid. Thankfully, I'm not seeing smoker's dust here, but this radiator, man, I can see stuff in this radiator that's we're going to get some cringes. There's going to be some proper cringe on this radiator. It'll be amazing. Ugh. Right, that's out. I didn't know there was a Sabertooth Z77. I thought the Z97 Sabertooth was the first. So I'm kind of interested to see this motherboard. I'm not a fan of the Sabertooth motherboards, but they're interesting. Whoops, I need to take the antennas off of this Wi-Fi card. Do I have a camera for the air compressor? I do. I actually foresaw this exact situation, and I have a camera ready for the air compressor. It's going to be amazing. I hope I'm protecting my tea. It is socially distanced away from the computer. Is my coffee. It's up on the end of the bench here, socially distancing from the PC. Miss anything interesting? Not really. We've just gotten started, really. We're just starting to take this thing apart. That's about it. Pot smoker dust. I've not had the displeasure of encountering that. I'm going to put that behind me now. PC needs a power washer. Right. Yeah, let's carry on unplugging bits. I'm going to need to do some plumbing out the back in a minute to remove this AIO. I think we're going to take this water cooler out next, just to get that clear. I mean, I could get the motherboard out first because we've got loads of space in this, but water cooler should come out first, really. Let's disconnect the EPS connector. Ugh. Come on. That's tight. I need some clearance. We've got to flip this boy over. Here we go. Ooh. Okay, AIO, AIO, EIEIO. There we go. I'm going to trim that. Cutters. Have I ever dropped a mug of coffee into a case? Thankfully, no. I'd be lying if I said I'd never knocked over a mug of coffee. I've done that on my home desk a couple of times. Never had a liquid accident with a customer computer, though. Yeah, it's not happened to me. The trick is that, like, if I'm working on this computer here, the mug should always be, like, when I'm working here, my hand radius is like this. The trick is, if your mug is here, it's in the danger zone because you can knock it. However, if my mug is up here, it's not in the danger zone. I'd have to lunge out to reach it. I might knock it off the back of the counter, but it's impossible for the mug to go onto what I'm working on. So it's perfectly safe to have a mug on your desk. You just keep it out of the sweep radius of your arms. That's the trick. Ooh. Right, that's that. That's that. That AIO is ready to come out. Knock on wood quick. Let's see. How do I take my coffee? It depends what kind of coffee it is. I have a pod coffee machine out the back, which is basically coffee bags, and I drink that black with 1 sugar in it. So it's got a little bit of froth on it. It's not a very attractive looking coffee, but it does the job and it's convenient. If it's instant coffee, it needs a drop of milk. At home, I drink fresh coffee from a French press. Oof. Which, and I use a French press because I like the ritual of making coffee with a French press. All right, how are we doing? It's time to get this water cooler out. Right. That's clear. That's clear. This guy's ready to come out. Let's buzz out these screws. The sweep radius, yeah. The natural state of coffee is anywhere but its mug. You should invest in an espresso machine. I can't be bothered. Honestly, I can't be bothered. Yeah, I like I'm okay with espresso, but I can't be bothered, basically. I think a French press is about as much effort as I'm willing to go to. I am tempted to switch to an AeroPress, because AeroPresses are very good. I'll give them that. Come on. These thumb screws seem to go on forever. There we go. Right. And remember, kids, twist, don't pull. Oh, there we go. That one just popped off anyway. All right, there's our CPU. Thermal paste is pretty shot. It would have been working, but it's pretty dry. It's barely staining my finger, so yeah. That'll all get redone, obviously. Right, I'm going to buzz out the screws on the other side of this radiator. Whoops. 1, 2. If you don't like coffee, that's okay. Whatever's your cup of tea. I do like tea as well. If I'm not drinking coffee, I drink Red Bush tea, which is a naturally caffeine-free tea that is kind of a mixture between green tea and English breakfast. It's a very nice tea. It's very relaxing. And because there's no caffeine in it, you can just sit and drink it all day long. Ugh, there it goes. Right, are you ready, everyone? Can we see in between the fan blades? Yeah, it's gonna be gross in there. It's gonna be gross. How long does thermal paste last usually? Hard to say. Hard to say. Thermal paste, I've seen some thermal paste go, I've seen 10-year-old thermal paste that's fine. This thermal paste probably hasn't been changed since the computer was built. And, you know, it's only just off, really. You know, I would wager that it was probably still doing its job. Some people say 3 years, but the issue is it depends on your definition, because some people would say, you know, if your temperatures have increased by 2 degrees, then your as a result of the thermal paste deteriorating, therefore the thermal paste is gone. Whereas for me, I'd be like, it's 2 degrees, who cares? It's fine. So it kind of depends on your definition of what fail is. Is this an NZXT motherboard? Nope, it's an Asus. It's an Asus Tough Sabertooth. This is what gave NZXT the idea for their motherboards. And I have mixed opinions about them. They're kind of cool, but what I always say to people when I see these Sabertooth boards and the NZXT boards is I say, I didn't put a window on the side of my computer to then put plastic covers over all the circuits. You know, when I look into my computer, I want to see all the circuits. That's the point. So I personally don't like them, but they do look very swish. The Sabertooth is also annoying because look, they've got a chipset fan here and there's a VRM fan in here because the plastic covers are a heat trap. So not the most well thought out motherboards, to be honest. They work though, you know, they do the job. Right, let's buzz out the motherboard screws. It's not a chipset fan. Oh, true. Yeah, sorry, I say chipset fan here. Chipset is obviously here, that is passive. This fan, you know what? This fan is blowing on System Agent, I think it is. It's one of the power rails going to the CPU, but it's not a heavy lifter. However, obviously Asus decided that System Agent needed enough airflow to warrant a little fan there. So, whoop. Whoop. Yeah, chipset kind of, when you say chipset, I think that's usually implying the Northbridge or the PCH. But yeah, the Armored looks great. If it's your cup of tea, it's your cup of tea. You know, that's the thing is, one of the point of customization and the ability to customize is that you can have it however you like. Oh, that standoff's knackered. Standoff has come out under that screw. Oh, we've still got the EPS connector. There we go. Am I even on the screw down there? I am. There we go. All right, are we ready to come out? What's holding me up? Did I forget that one? Oh, we're nearly there. Are you coming out? You coming out? You coming out? There we go. Yum, yum, yum. Right. I'm just going to catch some of these screws before I lose them. Let's see. I will go here. In a cloud of dust, the motherboard was extracted. Right, have I got all of my motherboard screws? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where was I putting the rest of them? Oh well, they live there now. And let's just save this boy that took the standoff with it. Pliers. Just sit that there for a sec while I grab some pliers. That's a lot of screaming there. Oh, that's cross-threaded. That's very cross-threaded. these even the right screws? Oh, I think so. It's just hard to tell. Doesn't matter because we're ditching this case anyway, so it doesn't really matter if the standoffs are ruined. Right, that's the motherboard out. Let's put that to one side. All these things will be going to the great air compressor out the back to have all of the dust extracted. Let's get the power supply out. Whoop. Yeah, this computer's just never had any love. And that's the way it goes with a lot of people. They either build the computer or they have the computer built for them. And that's it. It never gets maintained for its lifetime. However, you know, it's a case of, we can sit here and go sort of, oh, that computer's gross, but that's why it's here, you know. That's exactly why the customer has brought it to me, because they're like, my computer's kind of gross and I'm bored of it. I want someone to go to town on it. And that's exactly what it's in the shop for. Demny BS with the $10. Good luck and try not to break anything. What are you implying? I'm not sure I like the tone of your voice. The tone of your voice that I have given to you. Did the PC even post? I did not switch it on. It does work. However, we're also going to reinstall Windows on it. So, okay, I gotta get the power supply out. I think we're going vertical. Yeah, let's go vertical. There we go. I'll take a slurp of coffee. If we weren't here, would you have music on? I have got music on at the moment, actually. I'm addicted to lo-fi beats, music to chill, relax to, study to. Lo-fi girl on YouTube. I'm addicted to that channel, and I have actually got it on in the background. But the microphone cuts out background noise, so I can actually have music on in the background, which is lovely. Windows is so 2020. Install Linux. No, I'm not going to do my Linux rant. Is it a server? Yes, install Linux. No, don't install Linux. You may all argue in the comments down below. Okay, right. I'm going to trim a couple of zip ties on the back of this thing, and then I can pull out this power supply. Let's get these guys out. That's coming out, that's coming out. We're leaving this DVD drive behind because the new case doesn't have an optical bay. Right, that is ready to go. Almost, anyway. Pull all of these through. Right. Screwdriver. Let's get the power supply screws out. I'm surprised this thing isn't fully modular, actually, being a HX. Got a PC near the floor? Yeah. It can happen on a desk as well. You leave a computer long enough. You're watching and listening to the stream while studying for a class? Nice. Yep, I was kind of hoping this would be a bit of a chill stream. Just me waffling into the microphone and randomly hitting stuff here and there. What's up, Simply Austin? How's it going? Use Arch. Yeah, that's fair. Yep. Come on, are you going to come out for me? There we go. All right, I've got to feed these through now. Here we go, here we go. It's happening. It's happening, .gif. Ooh, there we go. Phew. It's still got the peel on it. I'm taking that now. I'm doing it now. Here we go. I'm going to get this ready. Ancient peel. Here we go. I'm going to focus and everything. Here we go. Here we go. Get ready, everyone. Get ready. Here we go. Oh, yes. It'll be even nicer when the dust is gone. Just immediately divide the chat between the people who are just like, oh, you've got to peel it, and the people who are like, no, leave the cellophane on. What's my favorite game? That is a tough question, man. I would prefer to say what's my favorite genre. And I think my favorite genre is Metroidvanias. So, yeah, I can't think of good examples of Metroidvanias right now. It's gone out my head. It's gone out my head. I like, but yeah. Well, I guess Super Metroid and Castlevania would be the best examples there. Right, I am just taking these washers off the top because they are stuck to rubber grommets. Damn, those guys are stuck on there real good. Ow, they've just embedded themselves into the rubber. I'll lose these if I don't take them off now. Let's see. Send the chassis off to Greg Salazar, who'll give it a deep clean. I'm not familiar. Is that the name of his YouTube channel? And does he clean computers or something? Does he refurb cases? Whoop. But yeah, I'm not sure what the client's intentions are for the case. Part of me is kind of hoping that they're going to turn around and go, can you get rid of it for me? In which case I get to keep it and I'll deep clean it. But they might just take it away with them and say, yeah, I'm going to sell it. Right, the power supply is out. That's going in the pile. I need to recover. There's a few more bits that we've got to recover. Let's bring this around. Right, that's cables for the water cooler. On the floor for now. Am I in shot? Yes, I'm in shot. The hell happened to this SSD? This SSD was ghetto mounted somewhere because it's covered in sellotape. That was ghetto mounted at some point. We'll clean all of that rubbish off, make it shiny again. I'll put that back in. There we go. Do. Oh, Saeed. Hello, hello. Message received. We'll confirm. But, yep. If you want rid of it, then as I say, I'll take it off your hands. You're wondering if you can put a Dell XPS 8940 into a new PC case. You probably can. You're gonna find. Oh. Ooh. I don't know, man. I think the motherboard's going to be too proprietary. I think the motherboard's going to give you problems. You're probably better off getting a new motherboard for it if you want to convert it into a custom build. Right, 3 terabyte hard drive. Nice. Right, what else is coming out of this thing? We've got some more modular cables. And what condition are these SATA cables in? Yeah, the SATA cables still look nice. This computer has probably never been apart in its lifetime, so all the cables are actually, you know, under the layer of dust, everything's in good condition. It just needs a little bit of TLC, and it'll all be good. I'd actually rather this than... I've taken about computers that are pristine, but they've been taken to bits a million times, so all of the connectors are worn out. And sometimes that's actually even worse. Right, is that... What is this? That is graphics. That's an interesting story. There's actually dual PCI Express wires in this. So once upon a time, it obviously had a dual plug graphics card in that was changed to that 1070 that has a single connector on it. We'll put both of them back in just in case that gets changed again in its lifetime. SATA. I want this. Let's carry on trimming. Is a case a swap or an upgrade? Depends how you look at it, really. A case is a case. I would call it a swap, you know, because, you know, broadly speaking, computer cases aren't really anything to do with performance, broadly speaking. However, the newer case is a 2021 design, so it looks a lot more modern than this one, because this is not a super old case. Well, this case must have been brand spanking new when the computer was built, because 3rd gen Intel, this thing must have been built in, what, 2013, 2014? So this case is clocking on 8 or 9 years old. Damn. Yeah, it's done well. It's done well. More modular wires. Right, what is this and what is that powering? Oh yeah, we want the fans out the front of this as well. We want the fans. We're going to save them fans. Right. Haha. So the fans are actually the wrong way round for what I would consider to be an ideal thing. This thing was set up for negative air pressure, which might also explain why it's so dusty inside. The fans are set to blow out the front, which is arguably incorrect. But again, we're gonna set all that to rights. In the new case, we'll have these the other way around as intake. Is this double take? It is a Corsair. Yeah, as Bacon Bro just said. The consensus is that it's a 780T, Corsair 780T. Yo, Graham, what's your favourite heaviest song? Ooh, depends what mood I'm in, man. I'm a big fan of, I think the heaviest music I like, probably one of the heaviest bands that I'm a fan of is Dark Tranquillity. I like Dark Tranquillity. These days I'm more into, what's the term for it? Gent, I guess. What genre is Periphery? I'm a big fan of Periphery and Tesseract. Haven't listened to them in a while because I've been binging on heckin' lo-fi, but a big fan of Periphery and Tesseract. That kind of music is my jam in the modern era. Cradle of Filth. Never actually listened to them. I recognise the name, never actually listened to them. There's quite a few bands of that era, like kind of like Meshuggah, that I would probably really like, but I've just never listened to them. I'm really bad at looking for new music. I'm a creature of habit. Right, rescue these fans. Where are you going? This case has a built-in fan controller, which is why we've got an extra SATA connector and all these heckin' fan headers everywhere. Right. Whoop. Save these 3-pinners. These must be very early Corsair RGB fans. I'm guessing they just light up blue or white. No idea what color, because I didn't actually switch the thing on. But can it gent? It's a good question. Tool, Opeth, yeah. Tool I'm a big fan of. I like Tool. I think we're done. Is there anything else in here that I need? I don't think there's anything else in this case that we care about. So I'm going to kick it to one side. Periphery, your favourite band? Thank you for the £5 there. They're technically a mixture of gent, prog metal, and progressive metalcore. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Ugh. Music genres are squicky. Trying to genre music is... There's a strong argument to be made that genres are stupid and trying to pigeonhole and categorize everything is stupid. But then the problem is, if you say to someone, I like Periphery, and they say, well, what kind of music is it? That's what genres are for, you know? So yeah, they're white LED fans. Fair enough. That'll look nice. Do I invest in crypto? Not yet. And yes, Saeed Anwar is the owner. He has self-identified in the chat, therefore I will confirm. I generally don't call anyone out unless they wish to be. However, hello Saeed, it is your computer. We are rebuilding it. Ugh. Okay, right. I think it's time for the big clean. Oh yeah, let's disassemble this cooler first. Let's get ready for the horror that is the amount of dust that's in this thing. No hate, by the way, you know. It's easy to say, oh, gross, disgusting, but like, you know, everyone's stuff gets dusty. That's what it's here for. Audio Slave? I've listened to Audio Slave, but I'm not super into them. I do really appreciate... What's the singer's name from Audio Slave? Chris Cornell? Is that his name? Chris Cornell was an artist. Big loss, big loss. Oh, my screwdriver battery is going. I might have to switch over to the old manual, boy. Yeah. But I wasn't super into Audio Slave. I prefer band-wise, because Audio Slave is... Half the members are from heckin' Rage Against the Machine, if my memory serves me, aren't they? Air compressor? Yep, we will be going to the air compressor momentarily. It's not dust, it's hardware frosting. Yeah, this is a H100i. Not one of the super early ones. Again, brand spanking new for its time. Oh, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. I haven't seen that much dust on a radiator in a long time. That's a good one. Right. Let's rescue that screw. Right, okay. We're taking all of this out back, and we're going to take it out back and shoot it. I mean, air compressor it. H100's been going for years. These things are troopers. Loads of people say sort of, permeation. Oh, they only will last a few years. Man, I got quite a few of these really old H100Is. They're still going strong, man. They work just fine. All right. Jammed with Chris Cornell 8 years ago in a club in Kitchener in a club. That's rad, dude. That's super cool. Do it with an axe behind the shed. Yeah. Right. Let's see. Right, I've got to do a trick now. It's time for a trick. I'm just going to go and set up a camera. Be right back. Put this here. Oh, open this. Right, we're doing a camera switch. Let's see if this works. I did test this earlier on. I'm going to be going off of chat for a moment while I set this up. So while we do this, I will not be looking at chat. Right, here we go. Refreshing. And expanding. There we go. Right, and we go. Bam. Right, that is the view out of my back door. Let's start off with the AIO, the EIEIO. Let's go hit up that air compressor. Ba-ba! Right, I hope this is working. I have no idea if this is working. I've no idea if the mic reaches this far. So if you can't hear me, we're going to air compressor. Actually, I'll quickly walk back and see if it's working on stream now. Due to the stream delay, I should be able to see it in the preview. No, I can't because of complicated reasons. Doesn't matter. Let's get to it. Hopefully this is a cool trick. Ooh, air compressor, ho! Mask. Definitely masking up for this. I'll bring the front fans as well. All right, the microphone might block out while we're doing this. Oof. Okay, right. I brought these fans back in while the air compressor recharges, and I'll just check if this is actually working. Oh. And chat. There we go. Right, good. I think it was working. Excellent. He's leaving the rad till last. I'll go back out there in a sec. Whew. I'll take some more bits out on my way. Power supply. Let's go hit it up again. Whoops. Change cameras again. Meanwhile, let's see. Let's move that over to there. Meanwhile, back outside, okay, back indoors, switch cameras again. Bench cam. And let's put the chat over where I can see it. Wind's blowing straight to ground with that dust. Yeah, I'll be all right. That's what the mask is for. Oh, wow, there are some other people out the back there. I don't know who they are, so I'm just going to ignore them. Let's see. I had not noticed whoever the heck that is out the back there. I have no idea what's going on out the back there. Part of me wants to actually go and set, 'cause I can see the camera on my screen here, and I'm just like, what on earth are they doing? I'm legitimately tempted to actually go over there and say, what are you guys doing here? Because that's a secure courtyard. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, Seed. That's what it's here for. It's here to get sorted. Yeah, I'm actually going to keep an eye on those kids out the back, because they should not be there. If they're still there when I go out there in a minute again to do more, I'm actually going to have to go over there and say, get the heck out this courtyard, because you're not supposed to be here. Right, let's see. So we still need to go over these with a paintbrush just to get the last of the dust off, but as you can see, we've gotten rid of, and I just put my fingers in the thermal paste, we've got rid of the worst of it. So that's looking much nicer now. So put it on the mainstream. Oh no. Okay. Right. Where was I? Sorry, just again, that's got me distracted now. I'm like, what are they doing out there? Whatever. Right. Focus. Stay on target. Paintbrush time. Paintbrush. Smoking doobies. Yeah. Let's put that there and that over there. They're still out there. Yeah, they're just out there balancing on walls. Heckin' youths. Get a job. All right. Whoop. Okay. All right. The air compressor just cut off again. So we'll go and do some more dusting in a minute. The air compressor's tank can only hold so much air before it's got to recharge. So right, we're just going around these rotors with the paintbrush now. And that's going to make these things look brand heckin' new. I tell you, if you do computer repairs or maintenance, go down to the hardware store, spend $5 or £5, whatever your currency is, on a cheap set of paintbrushes and just use them for dusting. Because they get into all these gaps and just get all of this surface dust off. And when eventually you ruin them doing this, you just go out and buy some more. Lippy kids on the corner again, gathering like crows. Do I fancy any football club in the UK? I'm not into football at all, I'm afraid. I have zero cares. Hopefully they won't scratch the red car. Hopefully it's a nice MX-5. Yeah, it looks like they've... Oh no, they're still hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is I don't know. They might be from next door for all I know. I don't know the neighbours that far down. Either that or they've climbed up the heckin' hill, because off the wall that's going around the outside there, off that wall, it's a drop off down a hill. This is a hilltop town. Yeah, no, I think they're actually next door neighbours. They're climbing up into a garden now. They look like they're... Yeah, no, I think they're just next door neighbours. Heckin' local kids. No matter. I will stop being distracted and carry on dusting fans out. All right, we'll do these static pressure fans from the rad. Turning up the ultraviolence against those droogs. Nylon makes static. Yes, that's a good point, actually. If you're in an area that is susceptible to static, then you might want to be careful about that. Here in the UK, the average humidity is like 75%. Static's not really a credible threat where we are. I have never seen damaging static discharge on a PC. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm not saying it's not real. I've never seen it. Make of that what you will. The day that I see it, I'll pay for whatever I've broken and I'll be more careful. I forgot one fan in the case. Yeah, we're not taking the rear fan from the case because the new case will have some new fans in it. We're just taking those front fans because they're nice white RGB ones. Am I still in shot? Yep. Ugh. This is boring doing this, but it's so worth it. Can't get over the mouse mat. This was an anonymous gift, this mouse mat. It was a gift from Anonymous. You can buy them online. It's a really cool mouse mat. I really like it. Big thanks to whoever it was that sent it in. It arrived with a note saying words to the effect of, thank you for inspiring me, thank you for the videos, etc., etc. Lots of love from Anonymous. And I was like, man, whoever you are, thank you very much, I love you. There we go. Bit more in there. There we go. Look at them. Like I bought one. ESD is very over-exaggerated. It is. Again, not saying it's not real, but for a computer builder, really not something you've got to be worried about. If you're in the Arizona desert, if you're in Arizona and you've got local humidity of 2% or something, that's when you worry about static. Or if you're Jay's 2 cents in his heckin' gaming room with his static chair that keeps shocking his monitor. For anyone who's seen that video, no idea what the deal with that is. There we go, that power supply has come up like it's brand new as well. That looks good. Anonymous watches your channel. He probably does. He might be here right now for all we know, but we won't know. Looks more like a mouse carpet. Yeah, I heckin' love these big mouse mats. This is 900 millimeters across. It's nearly a meter long, so it's probably about 3 foot long. I've got a big one like this at home as well. I love these big, huge mouse mats. They're brilliant. Very worth buying. Right, let's sort out this radiator. I know watching me dust a radiator, dusting stuff like this isn't terribly exciting, but we'll get to the building in a minute. However, this kind of detailing is exactly what we're here to do today. Go around all those corners. There we go. Right, what's that in the middle? Little blockage there. Get that with the toothbrush. There we go. We could go to town and get into all the little airways, but I'm not going to bother. That's looking pretty heckin' good. Considering that had a carpet on it not long ago, that looks pretty good, I'd say. Let's see. Need a PO box for more anonymous gifts. Hey, the address is on the website. My shop is public, but yeah. I'm not saying you know, if now and then people send me, someone sent me a heckin' vacuum. I didn't say this last week, but this heckin' vacuum cleaner, brand new cordless vacuum cleaner. Someone just sent this in. No idea who. It showed up on the Amazon man. Cordless vacuum. Very handy. I've been using it in the shop. If the person who sent this is watching, thank you very much. I have no idea why they sent me a vacuum cleaner. Maybe it was inspired by the Roomba video. However, they sent me a Hoover. And I'm like, thanks, man. I'm using it. It's brilliant. Thank you very much. So, yeah. Have I ever done custom water cooling? I have. And I've actually got more water cooling content coming up. Just while I'm at a quick stopping point, I'll show you guys a sneak preview. I acquired a graphics card. You're shocked, I know. And it was this. Hang on a sec. Check that bad boy out. It's a 1070, so it's not super exotic, but I got a pair of these two 1070s. A chap walked in and was just selling them. And I said, I'll take them off your hands. And so I got 2 of them. One of them I've sold to one of the channel supporters who needed a graphics card. And this one I'm keeping, and I'm going to do I want to do a hardline custom water cooling rig with it. So that'll be rad. It's a nice graphics card. It's cool. As I say, 1070, but the interesting thing is, the person who I sold the other one of these to, he took it to 2.1 gigahertz on a 1070. 2100 megahertz on a 1070. These things are nuts. There we go. Right. Yeah, I was tempted to keep the other one because I wanted to do a 1070 SLI setup. However, by selling one of them, I offset my costs of purchasing it in the first place. And I don't like SLI either, so I'm just like, I'll just go with the single card. At the end of the day, when I do this water cooling rig, where's my alcohol? There it is. When I do this water cooling rig, it won't be for a super high performance thing. It'll be for the aesthetic. It'll be a show PC. So, right. I'm going to do this SSD, and then we'll take the other bits out the back for cleaning. Right, I need to see what I'm doing. Bam. Should be in focus. Just going to clean up this SSD, so I'm going to squirt some isopropyl alcohol on it just to duff up this glue. How do I anticipate the GPU market this year? Bad. Buy what you can when you have the opportunity, I think is my best advice. All right, can I do this without scratching this thing to hell? I think I can. Ugh. This is not going to go without a fight. This might be something that I finish off stream. Actually detailing this SSD properly and bringing it back up nicely. Oh no, that's coming good. This is probably horrifying to watch, but don't worry. I'm not using a lot of force here, so I'm not going to suddenly slice my hand open. Do as I say, not as I do. Drunk on stream. You know, I've got some cider that I keep for occasions, and I was actually thinking of cracking one open tonight. I'll see how I get on. I'm probably going to go for a second coffee, though, just to keep my energy up. Whoop. I hate taking this kind of stuff off, but it's so worth it. The result is real worth it. Okay, kitchen roll. Do. Melted nails, gross. WD-40 for removing sticky stuff. Yeah, I find IPA is effective. Is WD-40 any good for that? I've never tried it. Chris Kingan, thank you for the $10. What's up? A very dusty computer that we're rebuilding. We're kind of in the mid-run at the moment. I'm just cleaning components. That's going to need one more pass. However, that's coming up already. We're getting there. It's a matter of trying to do this without scratching it to hell and back. One more pass. Just clean my Stanley blade. And take another swing at that. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. There we go. We caught the lettering slightly with the blade, but that is a heckin' big improvement, I would say. One clean SSD. All right. Focus. Focus. Petrol, remove it. Yeah, lots of things that will do it. Isopropyl alcohol is my favorite weapon of choice for sticky stuff removal because alcohol is, it's a mild thinner, but it's safe to use on basically anything without damaging it. There we go. So I like alcohol because you can be fairly assured that you're not going to damage anything with it. On average, how long does an SSD live for? Depends what kind of life it has, man. And it also depends on the SSD. Like, this is an 840 Evo, which I would say is modern enough that I'd expect to see 10 years service out of this, no problem, with no issues. Assuming that it's not, like, it's only 120 gigs. So it would be quite easy to fill and overwrite this quite often if you were installing games all the time. But modern, old SSDs, like if you go back to the old OCZ Vertexes and stuff like that, with those ones, they were early SSDs where the technology was still young. Those things don't last long. If there are any that are still running these days, I'd expect them to be on their last legs. So yeah. Piss and spit never let you down. That's one way of doing it. That's one way of doing it. Right, that can go with the old case. I think we're going back out the back again to do the last couple of components. I'll get that hard drive. I probably just want to wipe down. There we go. Hard drive, bam. That is done. Put that at the back. Right. And I shall do the I/O shield separately. Anger. There we go. Okay, right. Motherboard and graphics card. Graphics card is real clean, actually. I don't think this graphics card is that old. Either that or this thing runs passive most of the time. Because that guy's really clean. That doesn't need an air compressor. I'm going to air compress the motherboard though, because we got VRM fans. You can see the VRM fan down there. We want to get in there, and I want to get underneath this housing. I can remove this plastic cover, but it's a lot of hassle and I don't want to. So I'm just going to air compressor, and the air compressor will blow everything out from there. Right, I'll be right back with this. Oh, I need to change the camera angle. Otherwise you're going to be like, oh, where's he gone? Bam. Ugh. Meanwhile, back outside on the hill, there we go. I forgot my mask. I'll hold my breath. There we go. And back again. There we go. Right, we are done on the back. Yeah, I'm on a very funny little section of Shaftesbury where out the front of the shop is literally the high street and one of the busiest sections of town. But out the back, there's just these hidden gardens and views and drop-offs that no one knows are there. Right, I will minimize that now and I'll rearrange my windows again. There we go. You want the 2018 summer here? I can't remember 2018. Make of that what you will. Seems like an eternity ago, doesn't it? Okay. Right, a little bit of dusting on this to do now. However, we've got the worst of that off. That's all nice and cleaned out. Good. All right. And we'll just remove the last of that old thermal paste because we'll put some fresh stuff on it. Meanwhile, I'll die of a medieval disease. Okay. It's a 3770K. Exactly what we predicted. Ooh. Okay, what do I do now? I've got to build a PC now, I guess. How are we doing for time? An hour 16. So we've been going for about an hour. A fresh CMOS battery. A fresh CMOS battery. Do I have to? It's underneath here. It's not a terrible idea given the age of the motherboard, actually. Normally I'd be like, no one cares. However, that's not an awful idea, except for the fact that I can't get to the CMOS battery on this heckin' thing. Where is the CMOS battery? Can I get to it to probe the voltage? What I'd like to do is just get the multimeter on there and just see what voltage the CMOS battery is at. The problem is, I very much doubt there's anything wrong with it, but I'd be kicking myself if we built this thing up and found that the CMOS battery was on its last legs, and we didn't do this now while we had the opportunity to. Oh, heck. All right. All right. We're doing it. We'll change it out because I happen to have one. Put the screwdriver in the charger. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Where's my micro cable gone? Ah! There. Doo-doo. Get you on charge. There we go. The electric boy is charging. Okay, let's narrow the field of view a little bit. And we'll heckin' check on this CMOS battery. How much do you guys want to bet? Give me your bets, everyone. What do you think the voltage is going to be? That's all right, Saeed. That's what it's here for. That's what you're paying for. Whoop. He's going in. He is going in. He's going to heckin' do it. Thankfully, it was actually only the other day that I had one of these apart. I've actually got the Z97 version of this on hand. Whoop. I acquired this one recently. This is the Z97 Sabertooth. This one came across my hands. It's the Mark S edition, which is the white version. This crossed my palm recently, and this is waiting for a CPU, and I'll do something with it. It's got the metal backplate on it and everything, limited edition. So I've got this is the older brother of this one, or rather the younger brother, because it's a Z97 instead of a 77. Whoop. And yeah, I had this one apart recently because it came to me with all the covers off. And so it's not a huge amount of work to do all of this. There's some screws on the bottom and that's about it. Let's see, here's all the voltages. That's a lot of very specific numbers. That's a lot of very specific numbers. 5 years for a CMOS battery, probably at the end of its life. We'll find out. If this battery is at 3 volts, I didn't catch, whose name was it that said change the CMOS battery? I didn't catch who their name was, because it's going to be their fault, specifically. It'll be their fault and we'll blame them. That was your old motherboard. Sits in the closet now, decommissioned. That's the fate of a lot of old stuff. It's probably worth something on eBay. Sell that bad boy. Okay, that's that off. Do I need to I don't think I need to remove any of the VRM screws. Right, how's that feeling? That's all loose. That's all loose. It feels like there's something around the middle there. In fact, I think this center fan holds it on. I think this guy has to come out. Ugh. Mark S for speed. I think it was like S for snow. It was the snow edition. Tea or coffee? Coffee, which I'm probably going to get soon. 4 DIMMs stress the controller more. There's a lot of back and forth as to whether you should run 2 or 4 DIMMs. Personally, I prefer to run 2 DIMMs because I think you're less likely to have problems. Whenever I see people having issues with memory that are not easily resolvable, there we go. Most of the time, it's 4 memory setups and they're having issues with it. There we go. That's a nice board. Like, I took the piss out of the plastic covers. I don't like the plastic covers, but this is a lovely motherboard. Look at how much bypassing there is on the audio circuit. There's so much going on the audio circuit down there. And the VRMs, I mean, can I take a guess as to what that is? I don't see phase doublers, but they might be on top. But it looks like we've got discrete MOSFETs both sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 12 inductors. So 10 plus 2 is my guess. Probably a 10 plus 2 because this is old enough that it predates phase doubling nonsense. So my guess is that it's a 10 plus 2. It might be a 5 plus 2 with phase doubling though. So yeah. Right, now I've got to dust it more. 8 plus 2? Yeah, possibly. Don't know. Someone can look it up if they care enough. Anyway, we're here for this guy here. Let's come in and have a look. Where's my ceramic tweezers? I need my ceramic tweezers. And a multimeter. And our survey says 2.9. Well, we've come in this far, so we'll put a new one in anyway, because it literally costs me nothing to do so. .9, I wouldn't say that needs replacing, but it's down a little bit. I don't think it needs to be replaced, but we'll put a new one in because we can. You hate soldered CMOS batteries? Yeah. Get good with a soldering iron, and you can take them off most of the time. It's not as scary as you'd imagine. Right, that's our new CMOS battery in there. Mental note, we do need to go into BIOS and just check the setup in there when we get this thing fired back up. That might not have been out long enough to reset the BIOS, but we need to check it all the same. Whoop. Peace of mind. Yeah, true that. What about the environment? We'll recycle the old one. Put it in the battery recycling. Which in all legitimacy I actually do. Because I accumulate dead laptop batteries in here at a rate of knots. Because I can't chuck old laptop batteries in the bin. And so any dead batteries I've got, they all go into a pile. And then every now and then I go down to the local waste facility and I chuck it all in their battery waste, which will all be responsibly disposed of. So in all seriousness, we do actually responsibly dispose of them. Also, holy heck, there's 760 people here. Where did you all come from? What are you doing here? Have you got nothing better to do? But hello. The board's 8 plus 4 plus 4. What the hell is an 8 plus 4 plus 4? That's a weird layout. Interesting though. On there. What's the voltage of the new one? Yeah, it'll be 3 volts. Although that much being said, they are just cheap 2032 batteries. It'll be fine. You know, now you've said that, now you've said it, I'm going to check one. I'm going to check one just to make sure I'm not putting... make sure Saeed isn't getting some Garbo batteries. We use only the premium quality batteries here. It's not exactly a Panasonic. There we go. 3.15 on the new ones. There we go. No worries. Only the finest quality eBay specials, cheapest I could find on eBay. It's going to see the motherboard through to its end of life at the very least. You've got a Sega Mega CD2 that's got a dead MR2032, which is a rechargeable cell. Ooh, I wouldn't stick a CR2032 in there if it's supposed to be rechargeable, because it's supposed to, it's entirely likely that it will be trying to charge it. I would replace it like for like with an MR2032. I don't know what an MR2032 is, actually. That interests me a lot because I know someone else who's got a dead Sega Mega CD, and I'm interested in repairing one. But yeah, I would definitely replace it like for like, because if it's supposed to be a rechargeable cell and you put a regular CR2032 in there, you don't want to try and charge these. That's really sketchy. There are things out there that claim to be able to recharge them, but I would not trust one as far as I could throw it. All right, let's put this VRM fan back in. You joined late. How are we all doing? We're doing right, I think. We're just finishing up on cleaning up components, and then we're going to start building in the new case. I'm going to grab a coffee in a sec to keep my energy up. Dreamcast also uses MR2032s. Ah, that's interesting, because I also have a Dreamcast that I want to fix up. 2032 would need a diode to prevent charging. That's an interesting idea. That's a very cool idea. You could stick an inline diode in there. Interesting. What CPU is that? This is it's an i7-3770K. So we're working on old tech here. Still going strong though. Plenty good enough for gaming. It's paired up with a GTX 1070. So it's a good combo. This thing is still good for... This thing will still rec 1080p, and it's good for... I would say it's probably good for It's probably good for 1440p non-high refresh. Like, if you try to go over 100 FPS 1440p, you'd probably start having problems on this, I would imagine. But yeah, that's a guess though. That's a guess. This is based on the fact that I have recently upgraded from a 1070 myself, so I know quite well what they're capable of. But I'm running modern AMD on mine, so I don't know how CPU limited a third gen Intel will be. Good, right. I tell you what, we'll get the thermal paste off this thing. You don't have to use alcohol or stuff to remove thermal paste. It just makes it easier. Just shifts it super easily. There we go. In case you're upgrading old stuff, these earlier H100s, this is one of the older Acertech mounting kits. This plate is removable and comes off like so. And you can swap that out. You can, for about £8 on eBay or $5 from AliExpress, you can buy the AM4 plate. So you could very easily bolt this onto a Ryzen system if you wanted to. So if you've got an old water cooler and you don't want to pay out for a new one, you can convert them to fit to modern AMD as well. Do you like people in general? Sometimes. Thoughts on Spectre being a problem? I don't know enough about it. That's a bit out my wheelhouse, I'm afraid. I'm not very good at computer science. You definitely need a comp science dude to tell you about that. Okay, I'm going to go and refill my coffee mug. I'll be back. Well, I'm going to start walking around. Let's see. I see a Night Fusion in the chat. Is that the liquid-cooled 1070? It is not. It's a pallet jet stream. Huge 2.5 slot cooler on a 1070. This thing looks like it's never been used because it probably never spins its fans up. It's astonishing. Right, okay, I'm doing a coffee. Hold up. Coffee machine on. Refill with water. Ugh. Mop up the water that I spilled earlier on when I overfilled the water filter. Make a mess everywhere while trying to mop up the water that you spilled earlier on from overfilling the water filter. I should have kept the compressor cam set up so you guys could watch me making coffee. That's what you've all come here to see, right? I'm speaking into the dark at the moment because the mic is on, but I can't see the screen. Ugh. Heating, heating, waiting for the light to stop flashing. Add a sugar because I'm a terrible person. There we go. I shall come and check on chat while I wait for the mug to fill. Beast of a heatsink. Is the AIO trustworthy? Yeah, I'd have no issue with it. I've got, let me see. This guy back here, can you see that? Let me, So this is the LAN Cool 2 here with a bunch of stuff in front of it. So that's a H115 that's only a little bit newer than this one that we're putting in here. That's cooling a 5800X at the moment. So that guy is still going strong. The computer under the counter, can I get the camera to view that? Can we get down there? Whoop. Oh, we can. There it is. There's the recording station. As you can see, that's got a really old AIO on it. That's a super old one with the flat pump head. So that guy's really old, still going strong. That's sitting on a i7 4770K with a 1070. And that 1070 is in there for doing NVENC encoding for stream encoding and recording. And then finally, if we go to the flip camera, where's my mouse gone? Bench cam inverted. Whoop. Back there, you see that dot of purple back there? That's my Corsair 220T. That has also got a H100i, probably the same model as the one that's in this computer. Again, that thing's got to be 6 years old, still going strong. As I say, these Corsair guys, they go on forever, man. They don't fail. I'm not saying that they can't fail. I have seen faulty ones, but very, very seldom. Very, very seldom. Is that Gaming 5Z97X? It is. Lovely motherboard. So, yeah. Needs a 1 kilowatt PSU. Bad hair day? Yeah, it is. I'd call this a bad hair day. Hot like a Ryzen 7 with a cheap third-party cooler. And yes, NVENC is god tier. NVENC is the reason why I use NVIDIA in everything. I wish AMD the best of luck with their graphics cards, but NVENC is god tier, man. You got it wrong, they're ML 2032s. I don't know the ML stuff at all, so I couldn't tell you. Right, gonna go and get the coffee. Get the coffee, keep the energy up, and we're gonna start building this computer. Stir the sugar. All right. Coffee acquired. What is VRAM and how much do you need to play games like GTA on decent settings? VRAM is how much memory your graphics card has. Your graphics card needs memory to load in the textures of the game and stuff like that. So on a modern computer, 4 GB is the bare minimum. absolute bare minimum. If you've got less than 4 gigabytes, you're going to start having problems in games these days. You're going to start struggling. Decent graphics cards these days tend to have good stuff. You're looking for sort of 6 or 8 gigs of VRAM. That's kind of where you need to be. High-end graphics cards, you're going to start seeing 8, 12, maybe even 16. You know, like the top end stuff has got, you know, like the 3090 has 24 gigabytes, but that kind of amount is where you get into workstation territory. You don't need that much for gaming. For gaming, about 8 gigs or so is the sweet spot these days. People in the chat can also chime in on that. Let's see. Have I ever used a C920? This is a C920. So yeah, this is a C920. This is a Logitech Brio. APUs are only 2 gigs. Yeah, 4 gigs is not enough. You can survive on it. If you're 1080p gaming, 4 gigs will still work. I saw Caradog's name mentioned. Is Caradog loitering? There he is. Pour some sugar on me. That's a cracking song. You know the drummer from that band only has 1 arm. Absolute machine. Right, let's heckin' unbox. Let's heckin' box a case. Words. Let's go to Facecam. Bam. And... Oop. Oop. 3 or 4 is the minimum. Yeah. There's a lot of 1060s out there. The 1063 gigabyte. There's a lot of those out there. And they still work, but they're starting to struggle. The 1063 gig is definitely getting long in the tooth. The 6 gigabyte ones are getting by because they're a little bit quicker. Where's my knife gone? There it is. Can we crack on with the build? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm just on a short break. We're working on it now. Whoop. Can I come over to play with my toys? Sadly not. Ooh. Lawnmower for the hair. I had to cut my own hair, man. This is what happens. Because all the heckin' barbers were closed. Ooh, ow. Ah. You want to liquid cool your system after seeing Postal's 1070 hit 2.2? Yeah. You sure you can get the 2080 Ti to 2300? Are you sure that's wise considering the scare you had with it recently? I wasn't following that super close, but isn't your 2080... I feel like you should be going a little bit easier on that card, given that it's a very, very special card. If it was a commodity card, I would say sure, let her rip. But given that your card is a one-of-a-kind, if I were you personally, I'd only be running that with a token overclock on it, just a token gesture, a little bit more than average kind of thing. 1060 will struggle soon. Yeah, my girlfriend's computer has a 1060 in it, and it does everything that she throws at it. Like, granted, she's not running max settings or anything, but, you know, they're still going strong. 1060 is still a respectable card. One of my friends, who might still be in chat if he's hanging around, Slinkinage, he was running a 1060 as his streaming PC up until recently, where we managed to get a 3070 into his computer. Again, he couldn't run stuff on max settings, but, you know, he was streaming Phasmophobia on that, and Phasmophobia is hilariously inefficient. Ugh. Look at that. This is a pretty case. I like this case. I'm still eternally sad that the Black Edition has this heavily smoked side panel, but Oh, 14R Chico, welcome to Tier 1, my dude. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Much appreciated. Every review I see you always have the long sleeve. I am perpetually cold. I'm a thin boy and I'm always cold, so I wear layers. You got a 588 gigabyte. The 580 is still going strong, I think. Am I going to do a soldering stream soon? I would like to. I have got bits to solder, and I want to do a soldering stream. It's just finding the room for it. It's finding the time for it. So yeah. Well, yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. I'll get back to you. Right, I'm going to take the side panels off of this thing. Let me see. Let's go for a side view. Hang on a sec. Let me do this. Fractal design cases. Fractals are nice. But every time I'm looking for a case, I see the fractals. I'm like, those are nice. But for some reason or other, I never buy one. And I couldn't tell you why. Right. There, that'll do. Right, I'm going to have to move my chat because I've just put the camera right across where my chat window is. So I can't see a gosh darn thing. And I'm going to move OBS over to there. So I've still got a preview. There we go. Cox FN, how's it going? It's going well, thank you. We're just starting on the build. We've taken it all to bits. We've cleaned up all the components. And now we're going to start building it up. What do I use for the webcam mount? This camera is just perched on top of one of the studio lights. This camera here, this is on a, I can show you actually, it's on a microphone boom arm, so a microphone clamp stand, and I've got a modified ball joint here. You can buy something like this on Amazon now these days. It used to be, I had to custom make this one, but you can buy something like this on Amazon if you search for webcam desk clamp or something like that. How did this guy come off? I can't remember. Ooh. There we go. Tempered glass side panel. We'll bring that in last. Take off the back. I think the main reason why I generally always snub Fractal is that they're quite expensive. They're worth the money, but I don't like the proportions of a lot of their cases. The Meshify C I really like, and I want to buy a Meshify C. But the problem is that anything that I'd actually use these days, I'd be like, yeah, or I could get a 4000D, which is a newer case, or I could get a Corsair 220D that comes with RGB, you know? I just feel like there are cheaper options. Buy a 3D printer. I want one. I just can't justify one. Right, okay. Let's see, what else do we need to take out of this? This is the point where you get decision paralysis, where you're just like, where do I start? Where do we start with putting a computer in there? Had Asus diagnose the card via some strange software they sent me? You had a corrupt driver. Oh, lucky, lucky. All right, fair enough then. Lucky, lucky. Right, let's take off the front panel and we're going to hoik that fan out because we're not going to use that fan. Nice metal front panel. Dust filter. And this airflow fan is coming out. We're going to relocate this to the top of the case. What's the equivalent laptop 2060 on a desktop? Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not very good with mobile graphics. Someone else will have to answer that one. There's a Meshify 2 compact. Oh, that sounds cool. I might have to have a look into that one. Fractal is function more than form. They're very attractive cases. So I feel like Fractal have got a lot of form to them as well. They're just not, they're not exciting. Maybe does that make sense? I don't find them exciting cases. They're kind of a bit sensible brown trousers, you know. Right, that is good to go. Whoop. Box of tricks. Laptop 2060 would be more like a 1660 Super. That sounds reasonable to me. Some foam. I don't remember that foam being there the last time I built one of these. There we go. May have tested the laptop 2060 to the desktop 2060. Actually, unless I have the mobile 20 series were pretty good based on what I know. I seem to remember the mobile 20 series were close to desktop parity. Right, what do we need? We need the power supply first. So firstly, I need to match up this power supply and see if we've got to move that hard drive cage. This is a big power supply. This is a big boy. So we've got to do a quick check here. So if that's going to go there, yeah, that hard drive cage has got to move. Hopefully we don't have to lose the hard drive cage. That could be a disaster. I'm fairly certain we'll be able to move it though. How does this come out? It has thumb screws. Oh, I know why I haven't seen this last time. The review sample of this case that I had already been opened by the person who owned it. And they'd taken bits out of it already. Thoughts on the 9900K? It's a very fast CPU. That's about it, I'm afraid. It's a good CPU, though. I'm a bit of an AMD fanboy at the moment. AMD are just kind of where it's at right now. However, the i9 9900K is a very fast CPU. It's not going to disappoint. B550 or X570? Yeah. I feel like B550 is probably going to give you better bang for buck. And I wouldn't bother with X570 unless there's a specific feature on it that you need. Classic case in point is on a B550 motherboard, you can get one that's really nice. Lots of really nice VRMs on it and everything. But when you look at the back is riddled with USB 2 ports, whereas on an X570 board, they're all USB 3. It's the little things like that. However, you've got to consider, is that a problem to me? Do I need all of my ports to be USB 3? Reality is no. Yeah. The AMD 5600X is a cracking CPU. However, look out because there's 5800Xs all over the place for like £300. You know, if you keep your ear to the ground, there are some real cheap 5800Xs going around. Night Fusion with the channel membership. Thank you very much. Right. Right, okay, let's get to it. I could sit and follow this chat for ages. We've got 700 people here tonight, so the chat is moving quick. I'm not going to be able to keep up with it. Is there anything else I need to take out? I'm going to take out this cable guide. Let's flip this around one more time. We're basically just taking everything out of the case while we build. How does that guy come out? I can't remember. It's got screws at the back. Whoa! Here's me thinking I'd knock this out in a couple of hours. What a fool. What a fool. Would it be worth upgrading a 7-year-old laptop hard drive with an SSD? If the rest of the laptop is good, I would say yes. When it comes to old laptops, it kind of depends on the condition and the spec of the laptop. Like if you've got like an i5 in there or even an i3, then I would say yes, absolutely. Lob an SSD in that guy, give it a new lease of life, it'll fly. However, if it's got like a Celeron or a Pentium, a Celeron or a Pentium in it, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't start putting money into it. All right. Now, here we go, folks. It's time to mount the power supply fan side up. We're going to do a cable length check, though. Because This guy doesn't always reach. Yeah, we're fine. Right, and because there's going to be someone in the chat who's just like, you can't mount it fan side up. Semi-passive power supply. So the fan is only going to spin when it needs to. So when it's running at low power, which is going to be most of the time, this is a 750 watt power supply, and this computer probably runs 250 watts, maybe 300 tops. Like, that would be like 300 overclocked kind of thing. This thing is never going to be past 50% load. It's going to be passive most of the time. So you want that hot air to be rising out of the fan. You want the hot air to be rising out the top. Whereas if it's fan side down, all that hot air is trapped in there. It's going to have to run the fan more often. So it'll run quieter with the fan pointing upwards. So, yep. Right. How's the new shop coming along? It's coming along very nicely. I need to make that 100,000 subscriber video. We've got to get that done. I've got to plug some modular cables into this. What do I need? We need SATA. We don't need Molex. There was a Molex chain on the power supply, but we don't need that. So I'm going to kick that guy out. I need SATA for the hard drive and SSD. I'm going to leave out the other SATA chains, I think. I don't think we're going to need them. I'll add in 2 PCI Express chains, just in case the graphics card gets changed. We're going to want that USB cable at some point for the water cooler. I'll put that behind me. And we're going to need a couple of SATA cables, but those can be done last. So we're just going to plug in these boys for now. The fan blows into the PSU. It does, but only when it's running. And it's not running most of the time. Right. Ooh. Dust will settle inside much easier that way. There's no dust in the PC, because you've got a choice there. The dust inside the computer has already been filtered through the front filter, whereas if the fan is running, it's pulling up dust from the bottom. Yes, that's filtered too, but they're both filtered, so swings and roundabouts. So yeah. Did I already receive the silver button? I have not been offered it yet. All of the research that I've done has said that at some point YouTube Studios should just pop up with a notification saying, hey, you're entitled to a silver play button. But I have not had any such notification. I think it's because I'm only just over 100K, and I think they're waiting for it to sort of be stable, per se. That doesn't look right. What's going on with that? Oh, I'm plugging them in the wrong way around. Idiot. Blue connector into the blue hole. I do this for a living. Okay, peripheral and SATA. And let's get that guy in there. Ooh. And get some screws into that. Where are my power supply screws? There they are. If you go near the floor, fan up. Yeah, that's true. Be careful not to drop screws in. Oh man, yeah. That's a real threat. Nearly happened to me recently, actually. Oop. Let's see. YouTube is probably backlogged giving out 100K buttons. Quite possibly. I'm not in a super hurry. Like, I'm not going to bust anyone's ass over it. I would like to get that play button and bang it up on the wall, just because you know, like, I feel like I got lucky to a certain extent with the YouTube algorithm. However, lucky or not, I still did it, and I'll take my silver platter. Thank you very much. Usually you only get the 100K plate when you reach 200K, maybe. Corsair didn't standardize the cable. I know someone who got caught out by that recently. I had a computer in the other day where the customer had suspected their power supply was on the fritz, and they plugged in, I think, an EVGA, and they plugged in their Corsair modular cables and blew up half the drives in their computer. Big sad. Big sad. Right, I'm just arranging cables. So we're just going to thread some cables through roughly to where they need to be. Oh, man. Plumbing in a PC. This is the worst bit, man. Got to figure out where all this goes. All right, I'm going to take all of this out. I'm going to trim this guy off. I can always put a new one on if I want to. Still need to do more board repair basics. Yeah, when they come along, I do board repair stuff when I have the opportunity to. I've got some board repair stuff in the works. Nothing super exciting, but yeah, I've got something in the works at the very least, though. Design floor shouldn't physically be able to do that. Yeah, that's the theory. Right, that is going to go up here. These are going to come in and out half a dozen times over the next hour, I'm sure. So we'll just rough fit these for now. Right, is that going to go? Is that going to reach? Ooh, maybe. I'm going to take that out, the top one. And go for that. Okay, that guy is going to stay back there. These guys, where are these guys going? They're going to go they're going to come up there somehow. So those guys can stay back there. Let's see, Type C. The Type C, we're going to need to leave disconnected on this board because this PC doesn't have a Type C connector on it, and it's only got one USB 3.0. I do have an adapter for USB 3 to Type C. However, we've also got Type A ports up here that we're going to have connected. So this guy's going to be disconnected for now, but in the future that could be hooked up. USB 3, that is going to go somewhere near here. So we're going to take this guy down. That's going to go down there. That was the Type C, that's DC. And that should be our front panel audio, yep. Front panel audio, these days, I've started a new route with my front panel audio. What I do with it now, instead of going along and down and along, I go across the top with it. And I go down the side like that. And I found this guy just puts the HD audio out of the way and it takes it out of this loom. And I've found that to be incredibly helpful. So that's going to go there-ish. I'm going to grab some zip ties so we can start putting all this in place. Oh, put some black electrical tape around the ugly ATX cables. I could do. Probably will, actually. That's a good idea. Type C in stock case and no in for that. Yeah, don't forget, the motherboard we're working on is nearly a decade old. Type C did not exist when this motherboard was made. So we're almost lucky that this motherboard has got USB 3 on it, because I think that... when did USB 3 come along? Was that second gen? Or did first gen get it as well? All right, I'm going to put this guy up here. That's all going to go roughly around there. Okay, right. Now we've got a rough idea of where our cables are going. This guy's just going to go down and back up again. So that guy's going to follow the USB 3 cable. And we're basically just going to put that in like that and just leave it looped. then our snoodly boys, they're going to go down here as well. So these guys are also going back into the loom. That's basically going back in there. And let's open these back up. The nice thing about having these ties here is that you have the ability to just keep opening and closing stuff up as you need to. Right, who was going back up? Both of these guys are coming back up. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Right, I'm going to close this one. This one I think we're basically done with for now. So I'm going to actually do this up properly. There we go. Right, we need a bit more on that guy. Then, is that going to reach? That's going to reach. There we go. Right, I think we're mostly in. Good. Right, we've done enough that we can now trial fit our hard drive cage. I've left you guys a bit zoomed out there. I'll try and keep the action a little bit closer. Whew, let's see. Will you reuse the old case? I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, to be honest. Didn't braid all the way. Yeah, I've never understood why these ketchup and mustard cables exist. Never understood it. Must be to do with manufacturing. It must be really difficult to braid all the way up to the end. So yeah. Let's talk COVID. Oh, please no. No, I can't be bothered with that tonight. Right, what was I about to do? Hard drive cage. All right, hard drive cage. Whoop. So we're going to try and fit this guy up front. And I'm just going to have a look around, and we should find that this guy aligns with some of the forward rails. There's some. There we go. That guy's going to sit there. So it started out about there, and we've moved it further up to the front of the case, which sacrifices the front radiator space here. But number one, we're not front mounting the radiator anyway. And number two, you could still fit a 240mm up the top here anyway. So non-issue. You can get a USB-C card. You could. Occasional mustn't makes it easy to identify wires. Yeah, if you need to do that. If you need to do that. All right, I'm going to get this guy screwed back in. I should have done this before I put the power supply in. So now it's going to be really hard to show you guys what I'm doing. So I'm probably going to cover everything up for a moment while I put these thumb screws back in. Where is the other thumb screw? Put one down somewhere. Uh-oh. Oh no. Where did I put it? Oh no. That's a big heck. I put down a thumb screw somewhere. Balls. I've got 30 seconds to find this, or I'm going to get another one. Whoops. Is that it? That's not it. That's the wrong thumb screw. I didn't put it in there, did I? Oh, I did. It is in there. Panic over, panic over. Right, here we go. Insert hand into rat's nest. It's in the case. It is. Everyone was screaming. Everyone was screaming. Oh no. There we go. A very relatable moment. Good. Right. Rear fan needs attention. It will do. It is a captive one. Yep. On top of the case. Yeah. Rear fan. We've got this guy up here. That's going to get routed. Whoop. This guy needs to be routed. And then we're going to take... This one came on the front of the case. That guy's going up the top. And, oh, wait, no. I lie. Nope, this guy's just coming out altogether because we're top mounting the radiator and then we're going to have two 140mm fans at the front. So, yeah. Okay, right, let's back up a little bit. Bam. Okay, that's going back there for now. Right, what now? That is in, so we can be sure that that's in place. These guys, we're going to stuff... Oh, those need to be rerouted. They're going through there. That's going in there. That needs to come through here. Cable ordering is everything for when you're doing your cable tidying. Making sure everything is in the right order, and then you'll find that it just moves around. Okay, right. SATA chain. I will unceremoniously bury that in the hard drive cage for now. We'll use that later on. Just get out the way for now. I don't need you in my life. And the PCI Express cables, I'm also just going to hide in here for a sec. We'll get those back later as well. And those guys, I'm going to poke those up through there. And back through there, just so I can find them in a minute. All right, okay, we're ready to lay this down. Whoop. All right. Good stuff. RGB cable combs. We don't have any RGB in this thing. We've got some white LED fans going up front, which actually I'll put in now. Probably best to fit those straight away. However, we don't have any RGB stuff going in. Right, how the hell were these fans mounted in the old case? They were using long screws previously. We're going to self-tapper these guys. So actually, I'm going to self-tapper these on the bench before I fit them to the case. So let's go over to here. Man, the stream has got a lot of lag on it. I'd like to do something about that, but I don't think I can. Right, so they're going to be mounted through the front, so we need self-tappers going through the top. Let me find some nice shiny fan screws. Okay, let's use some nice black ones with the round heads, because I think those look the nicest. That's not a match. There's another one. It's close. I might be better off using the flat. Actually, I'm going to switch to the flat ones because I'm seeing loads of the flat ones. Got those in spades. 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that one's a bit crap. 4, that'll do. I've got some fan screws already. Oh, whatever. I forgot we had the ones from front. No matter. Matching screws. So before we put these in the front of the case, I'm going to pilot the holes on the bench so we can make sure that these holes are nice and straight. My screwdrivers are a bit too small for this, but it's working. Ah, Homer J. Simpson, you are a fan of the Brown Club, I see. If it ain't brown, it ain't right. Noctua fans are very nice, though. I'll give you that. Oh. This is a big effort because the screwdriver is too small for doing these screws up with. Yeah, bigger screwdriver, please. I don't have one I've ruined my big screwdriver, so I'm having to do it with a tiny screwdriver. We'll be there soon, though. How do you remove the plastic cover on that motherboard? There are small screws at the back. I'll show you in just a sec. No RGB on the screwdriver. Oh God, you're giving me ideas. Do I use rubber mounts for fans? I don't bother. I find fan vibration isn't really a big deal. I think like 99% of the noise from a fan is airflow noise. If you're getting vibration from your fans, I think there's something wrong with them personally. Ooh, not to have got the Chromax line if you don't like brown. Yeah, that's fair. Not to have gone black recently, and they look great, I think. Whoops. Hopefully I'm not shredding. Well, what I can do is, even if I completely ruin the head of this screw, piloting these holes with it, I'll just change this screw out for a nice new one. In fact, I'm going to do that anyway. Okay, that's done, that's done. That's that one done. One more to go. I'll carry on using the same screw because I'm wrecking the head of this screw. So I'll carry on wrecking the head of this screw and I'll change it out for a nice shiny new one. As you can see, I have no shortage of fan screws. The big yellow screwdriver needs to come out. It's ruined. I shredded it. I mean, it might still fit. Actually, hang on a sec. I absolutely shredded this screwdriver making desks. However, it might work okay on these guys still. Okay, that's easier. Okay, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry. This is easier, I'll give you that. Whoop. Make sure that's straight. That's good enough for Australia. How did you not have a brutishly large Phillips? Because I ruined it. I ruined it. Look how munted the head is on this screwdriver. Look how ruined it is. This screwdriver is wrecked, man. YZH? Oh, the YZH won't do this. The electric boy won't be able to manage this. It will be able to put them in once I've piloted these holes, but it won't be able to pilot the threads. iFixit! In all seriousness, if iFixit wants to sponsor me, I will happily shill their toolkits. I will happily shill iFixit toolkits. They're expensive, but they're pretty good. All right, is that all of them done? I think we're done. Good. All right. That's going in the bin. And I'll get another screw. There we go. Okay, right. Let's get these boys into the case. I'm just going to position things and then I can walk around the other side of the bench. Ooh. Okay, so these are going up front. They're going to blow into the case and I want it, we're going to put it so the labels are pointing upwards. And from this angle, I can't read the chat, so we're going chatless for a moment. We'll put in just 2 of the screws just to get these things aligned. The 140mm rails on this case, as you can see, are very long. They're really long, so this fan can do all of that sliding now. So we're going to get both of these mounted up, and then we'll figure out exactly what height we want them at. That's going to go in like that. One. No. Ugh. Okay, so I'm going to line these up with the top of the mounts, I think. I think that looks the nicest. There we go. Get this one tightened in place. So I've positioned this so the top of the rotor lines up with the curve of the actual opening perfectly, because I think that's most aesthetically pleasing. And in terms of height, obviously it's not really going to make a tremendous difference where these go. They're just blasting cold air into the case after all. All right, that's one guy on. And one more screw. Whoops. Just had a screw jump through the rails. Oh, that's very inconvenient. Oh, that's a pain. That's got to come out completely. Oh. 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 There we go. Noises of discomfort. I'll be back soon, chat. I'm missing you. Okay, come on. Get in there. I'm bored of this. 1, 2, 3. 4. Done. Ugh, that was summarily horrifying. How can you tell which way the fan blows air? Fans blow toward the label. So you see these, you see the arms, the arms supporting the rotor. The fan always blows towards this hub. There are exceptions to the rule. For example, I have here, here's an Arctic 7 freezer, Arctic Freezer 7. This is a reverse bladed fan. So this guy blows away from the hub, and you can see that from the curve of the blades. You see the blades on the rotor, they're curved, so they're blowing in that direction, because you can see they're curved like that. They are concave, and the fan blows into the cave, if you see what I mean. So that's a reverse bladed fan. However, case fans like this always blow toward the hub. And yes, as who's that in the chat that said that? Yeah, as Daniel's Game Vault said, there's often an arrow somewhere on the fan as well. And yeah, there we go. Here's an example. Here's the stock fan that came with it. And as you can see, there's an arrow there. So it rotates that direction and it blows in that direction. It blows toward the hub of the fan. So there's the open face of the fan. And once again, you can see the concave shape of the blades of the rotor there that blow down toward the hub. So yep, I think we've answered that one to death. Let's put a motherboard in this as a special treat. What the heck is that? That's a fan cable. That's going to go somewhere. I don't know where. We'll figure that out in a minute. Get out of my sight. Go away, fan cables. We don't need you right now. Do you later. Whoop. It's time for a motherboard. Right, someone earlier on asked, how do you take the plastic covers off of this motherboard? Pay attention super quick, because we did this earlier on. You see these silver screws on the back? There, there, there. They've got little white circles around them. You take out all those silver screws, and you also need to take out these fan screws as well, and the covers will lift right off. Right, before we drop that motherboard in, I've got to put the I/O shield back in. Where did I put the I/O shield? Where did I put the I/O shield? Here it is. I/O shield located. I'm so glad that I/O shields are a thing of the past now, and high-end motherboards have got them mounted on the board itself. It means you can't lose them. There we go. I want to move this fan as well. This fan needs to slide down. I'll do that in a minute though. Okay, let's do an alignment check for our screws. So our standoffs are in the standard 3x3 config. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And our motherboard also uses the same configuration. So top three are always the same. Middle three, 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, and 3. So this guy can just drop straight in. And I'm going to poke the audio. I'm going to poke the audio connectors, so microphones, speakers, etc. Poke those through the holes to locate, and we're going to press that into the back of the case as we lower it down. Check that nothing is trapped, and we're in. And because this is a Corsair case, that center standoff has a pin in it that's sticking up through the motherboard and helps the motherboard stay in place. Did they include a free little screwdriver for the standoffs? That's a good question. I like it when those come with the case. Haven't actually opened the... Oh, look at that. Okay, here's the contents of the accessory kit. We've got some more tiebacks. That's nice. We've got loads of zip ties in there. A couple of spare thumb screws, including captive thumb screws. No, there is not a standoff driver in there. No standoff driver, but there's lots of everything else. So yeah. Noobs should install the AIO first. You reckon? Yeah, I think the opposite of that. I do AIOs last, because otherwise you've got to keep moving it out of the way. So yeah. How do you lose an I/O shield? Well, you put it on a shelf, and then it gets knocked down the back of the shelf. So yeah. Let's see. Okay. Fan. Noodly boys. Right, let's get the big heavy boys in. So ATX. That's going to go in. I'm going to take this vertical to plug these wires in, just so I've got slack on both sides. Whoop. Right, let's put you guys up here, where you can hopefully see what I'm doing. If I get the camera level. Right, so that's going to go into there. However, someone requested that I wrap that ketchup and mustard earlier on. If I can find my stick tape, I will do that. There's the electrical tape. I want the stick tape. I'm not putting electrical tape on it. That'll just go gooey and horrible. If I can't find my stick tape, then I'm not wrapping it, I'm afraid. Where is it? Ooh, I had it. Gets another 10 seconds of looking before I give up. Ooh. It said 10 seconds, I actually meant slightly longer than that. Because I do want to find it, but I'm not seeing it. I'm looking in my mystery boxes at the moment where stuff like this tends to loiter. Nope. I cannot find the stick tape, I'm afraid. And I don't want to use electrical tape because electrical tape will come off and it will go gooey and horrible. And I can't find the stick tape. That's annoying because this is exactly the kind of time when it would be handy. No, I'm not going to hold us up any longer. Sorry, can't find the stick tape. We're going in with the colours. And yes, as people have said, hockey stick tape, and it is like cloth. It bends and flexes and doesn't go horrid, whereas if you use electrical tape or gaffer tape, it'll come off and it'll just leave a horrible, sticky, gooey mess behind. Not a good idea. I've just realised I didn't screw in the motherboard. Bloody lucky that didn't fall out. That would have been embarrassing. Screw in the Mobo, yeah. Everyone else just clocked the same thing. I'm amazed that the motherboard didn't just go when I took it up right then. Thought you left it unscrewed on purpose. No, I left it unscrewed because I'm an idiot. Oh, why aren't you picking up? That feels wrong. Is this the wrecked one? Yeah, this screw is wrecked. This is the one that was cross-threaded. Get out of here. Whoop. Yeah, the raised standoff is pretty much standard in any premium case by modern standards. The cheap Chinese cases don't have them, but NZXT, Fantex, Corsair, they've all got them these days. It's a really nice, it's such a simple touch, but it's really nice. Let's get that EPS connector in before I forget. That's easiest done now. I'm going to cover everything up while I do this, but the EPS connector is a bit of a bastard. Get in there. Get in there. Come on. What's worse than fumbling with something? It's watching someone else fumble with something. I can't see what I'm doing, so we're going in blind. Heck in. Is that in? No. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my God. There we go. It clicked. It clicked. It's in. It's fine. It's over. The nightmare is over. Right, now we can go vertical. Whoop. It's Intel. Who cares if it falls out? Oh no. You know, on a lot of my videos, I get loads of angry Intel fanboys. On any video where I'm diagnosing an AMD machine, there's always a comment now and then from someone going, oh, it's because it's AMD, lol. It's like, look, AMD are on top right now. Deal with it. Come to terms with it. There we go. That's that guy in. USB 3. That guy's the wrong way round. Can we reverse him? We can. It's going to go in there. Right, these fan wires need to be routed. Going to take them out through there. Right, where are we going with the fans? We've got two fan headers down there. How far in can I lean my big old head without getting in the way? Pretty far. Got two there, we've got one there, and we've got a couple up the top. So, can these guys reach down to the bottom there? Yeah, easy. No problem whatsoever. Good, that's fine. In that case, actually, I might just jump them across into the main loom. Yeah, we'll do that when we do the, we'll do that when we go around the back in a minute. Let's get our noodly boys in. So we got a reset switch. Oh no, it's a heckin' Asus with a dodgy layout. Oh, Asus, why did you do this? Okay. Reset switch goes there. This motherboard doesn't have a standard front I/O. It's Asus's fault as to why it's not a block. I place the blame squarely at their feet. There. Right, and the power LED, I'm going to plug that into the hard drive LED. Yeah. Hang on a minute. IDE LED? Sure. There we go. Done. Oh. Small hands are nice when working on cases. Yes, I have small girly hands. I have the fingers. Don't know what you hate more, top-mounted CPU power connectors or in the middle of the motherboard CPU power connectors? Yeah, I'd rather have the top ones. They're difficult to fit, but once they're in, they're tidy. Whereas in the middle of the motherboard, it's always there. Why hasn't anyone made a simpler plug-in system for those tiny front ones? It's Asus's fault, I tell you. Everyone else, it's been standard for years. Asus are the black sheep in this. Okay, I'm going to jump these fans across here and put them into the cable loom. Can I poke those through? Let's loosen this. I will just dive in here. These will disappear because we'll have a cover over here. So where do all those other tiebacks that we get go? Right, I want those around the back there. There we go. And we'll take them underneath and up through there. And I'll just quickly plug these into the fan headers. You guys can't see, but you'll have to take my word for it. All right, those are connected. So now we bring back through the front panel wires and the fan wires, and we're going to feed them back in. So those go up to there. Pull that slack through. Those go up to there. Let's pull that through to there. And that's slack. There's not enough slack to put in a fold. Let's just even that out so there's a smooth loop. That'll do the job. There is enough slack up here that I can just do that. Actually, let's put that halfway down. This is not terribly exciting. This bit of cable management is the worst. I hate doing this bit with a passion. There we go. You get in there. And you go up there. There we go. That is not too shabby, if you ask me. And that guy just sits there. Good. All right. Let's tie back. Oh, this guy's got to go in. Front panel audio. Front panel audio. Plugs into the bottom left of the motherboard. That guy's in there. That guy's in there. Donezo. There we go. Not too bad. Get some live streams of band lucky enough to get a 3080. Oof, tasty. How much space is there between the back and the back lid? Enough. Let's see. I mean, it's going to touch, but there won't be any crush. It'll touch, but it won't crush. These modern cases are pretty good for that, in my experience. Right, we will need to get the drives in. I'm going to put the drives in. So our PCI Express cables have got to come out, and our SATA chain needs to come back out. And we're going to pull these guys out. And because we've been mounting our cables nicely, we can still pull out these trays super easy. How am I doing for time? We are at 2.5 hours. Yeah, takes ages doing this on stream, man. Right, so quick release trays, hard drive goes in. The quick release trays have got these little pegs that stick out where the screws go. So the drive just snaps in with a little bit of wrangling. It's one side, that goes in there, and that goes in there. Bam. Toolless fitting. Hard drive. And then the SSD. Now with the SSD, technically I'm supposed to put the SSD on these guys up here. So that comes off and we've got a nice little SSD mount and you'd stick that on there and that would hang out up there. However, I don't use these. And the reason why I don't use them is because, if I just put this guy back on, if I put the SSD on this instead and slot it into there, we only need one SATA chain going there to there instead of needing a second SATA chain to go over here. And it also means that all of our SATA cables just go whoop, straight into there. I don't like these. I understand why they're there. I don't like using them though. I think they're annoying. So I'm going to screw the SSD onto this plate and we're going to stick it down the bottom. Damn, a Seagate. Been a while since you've seen that. They're all right. They do the job. Remember to back up, kids. If you back up, it don't matter what you got. I'm going to get some screws for the SSD. Have I got some nice countersink ones, or do I need to break into the pack that came with it? Yeah, I'll use the ones that came with the case. I try to avoid using this stuff that came with the case if I can, because it just means it saves me the trouble of just opening up these packets. There we go, SSD screws. Why aren't SSDs 1 terabyte yet? They are, you just can't afford them. In short, there are 10 terabyte SSDs out there, but trust me, the price tag on them will make you wince. You can get 8 terabytes on an M.2 SSD though. And if you get a modern motherboard with 3 M.2 slots, you can have 16 terabytes of M.2s plus a 1 terabyte system drive. That's a lot of solid state storage just on your motherboard, which is heckin' rad if you ask me. I love doing driveless computers. Okay, it goes in there. Okay, so I'm going to feed that up to there. Right, I actually kind of want, I'm going to swap these over. And you'll see why in a sec, because if I swap those over, put the big drive up the top, and the SSD down the bottom, it means I've got room to bury this SATA chain between the drives. Feed that into there. Om nom 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 nom. Om nom 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 nom. Now we just go. Put some judicious bends in these wires. Come on. 1. That sits down the side there. Come on. Fit nicely, work with me. There we go. And then 2. There we go. SSD sorted, hard drive sorted. That fan wire has jumped out of the cable guide and it's annoying me. Right, and I'm going to put some SATA cables in there now because otherwise I'll forget. Just straighten these guys back out. Hello, good night all. Hello, Graham. Nice to see you again. Hello, hello. How you doing? Okay. Get a couple of SATAs in there. 1 and 2. Feed these guys in here as well. Yes, I stuffed my SATA cables out of sight. Sue me. Ooh, is that going to fit? Ah, we need a straight boy. We need a straight boy for the bottom. Have we got a straight boy? No. Am I going to reverse the cable? I could. I hate reversing the cable. How does that look if I put that there? Ugly. Let me just check if I've got a non-90 degree SATA cable. I do. Yeah, we're swapping the SATA cables. Got to have matching SATA cables. So I've got a straight to straight here. Solves that problem. Dan Costa, thank you for the channel membership. How you doing? Just an interest thing. There hasn't been a lot of exclusive content for a while, although being a channel member does entitle you to the exclusive room in the Discord where the cool kids hang out. However, soon, TM, I will be getting to the point where channel members, Twitch subscribers, and Patreon supporters will see videos as soon as they go up, rather than on schedule. So I won't be delaying videos by a week, but if I've done a video and I've uploaded it, but I've uploaded it on like a Saturday and it's not due to go out until, say, Wednesday, then it'll be available to supporters as soon as it's up. As soon as it goes up on YouTube, it'll be available to supporters, and then everyone else, it goes out on schedule, which is a Tuesday or a Wednesday. So that's the thing that'll be happening. Caradog, thank you for the links. Let's see. We doing good? I'm 90 degree better than low, Mobo. Yeah. Right. I'll keep going. I haven't been keeping up with chat, I'm afraid, so however, I'll glance at it now and then and just hope that I can make some sense of it. If I miss anything, then you have to say it again. Right, that's all of our drives connected. So these are PCI Express cables now. Whoop. These PCI Express cables, I've got to bury some of this length. I'm going to take them back up here, actually. One of them we don't need at all, so I'm just going to fold that back, and I'm going to leave it in here. That guy lives there now, just so if later on the graphics card is changed out to a 2 connector card, there's another cable there at the ready. And this guy, I guess we're going to bring him out just there somewhere. That's going to do that, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of tidying up and we're going to get the AIO fitted. Just put these excess screws back in the packet. I strongly recommend keeping your screws tidy as you go, because otherwise tidying them up when you're finished with the build is a heckin' chore, man. Put all of these back in there so I can give all of this back to the customer, and they've got a box of spare bits in case they're ever doing work on the board. Have I ever had a case that shorted to the motherboard? No. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it before. I think it only happens when people don't get their standoffs right, if people have not checked that the standoffs. For people who are watching, remember how I checked that all of the standoffs were in the right place before we put the motherboard in? We always do that just in case. And some people don't, and that's the time when you get caught out, I think. Okay. Let's get this thing flat. It's coming together, guys. This period that we've gone through of all of the cable tidying, it's a very boring process. However, once it's done, it's done. And as you can see, we've got a real tidy layout. That's going to be our graphics card. Looking good. That's hot. That's annoying me. I'm not going to look for it now. However, I will look for my stick tape off camera. Tomorrow I will hunt down my stick tape and I'll wrap that up. Because that's really annoying. I've got my stick tape somewhere. I've got it. I'll find it and I'll wrap that to cover it up. Because that's really spoiling the look of this thing. Right. Water cooler. Let's go. Okay, so it's going to go there, and we can go like that. That looks nice. Or we can go like that, and that's a bit of a nasty turn. I don't like that. So we're going to go in like that. Good. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to carefully rest the pump head on the motherboard. We found a use for the plastic covers, everyone. We can rest the pump on them. Don't wrap it, just get a big Sharpie. Oh no. What do I think about BIOS-based RAID controllers? Hardware RAID is good, but I think it's a bit outdated. I think software is the meta these days, actually. Or rather, you know, ZFS and Unraid and stuff like that. However, I'm not an expert on RAID storage, so don't take my opinion on it. Black shrink tube, that would work as well. I don't know if you'd get that over the connector though. Someone might know. Let's see. Seen a lot of builds where it's, yeah, I've seen some janky builds as well. Most of them done by Caradog. Ah! All right, so what I'm gonna do, when top mounting radiators, what I like to do is I like to put the fans above the radiator. This is harder to fit. However, the result of it is that the fans are hidden out of sight. So when you look up, you just get that flat radiator grill instead of just the boring Corsair SP fans. So we're going to sandwich these boys. I'm going to go in there like that. Just roughly getting everything into place. Just because your PCs are better than mine. If I'd kept my 5950X instead of selling it for a song, I'm angry about that, but whatever. Then we'd be even. Actually, we wouldn't because you've got a 3090. PSU fan is up, still cringing. Yeah. Deal with it, .tm. Okay, right, let's get massive offset on this case. I'll show you in a minute when we go upright, but this case is fantastic for top mount rads. It's got a huge, huge radiator offset. Okay, we've got a screw there and a screw there. And we're just going to rough fit this just so we can get everything into place, and then we make it right. That's one. This is a very fiddly bit. Right, I've got to find a missing screw hole. There it is. Okay, that's that. Now I've got to locate the other fan into position. I'll back out these screws in a minute and put washers on them. For now, I just want the radiator and the fans to sit in position, so I don't need 3 hands. Oh no, the second fan is the wrong way around. Does it count as push-pull if you have one fan blowing that way and the other fan blowing that way? That's a shower thought, isn't it? Oh no, the whole radiator's got to come out to get that fan out. Well, that's a disaster. Yeah, oh, everyone in the chat has just spotted it. Everyone in the chat has spotted it. That's okay. I saw it in time. I saw it in time. Why is that stuck? Come out. There we go. That needs to be like that. There we go. Oh, and everything's fallen out of place again. This configuration is an absolute pig to fit, but the finish looks real nice. I think, anyway. Got a fan wire stray. Gotta pull you into place. You guys can't see this issue. There's just a fan wire that's just in the way. And I'm just using tweezers through the top vent to sort that out. By the time I've actually adjusted the camera to show you what I'm doing, I could have fixed it. There we go. Right. Drop down. Get out of the way. There we go. There we go. That's working. That cable does not want to sit in the right place. Okay, there we go. We got it. Right, come on, screw. Just go in for me. Yeah, that's it. Right, I need one more screw in place and then I can heckin' let go and breathe. There we go. That AIO's tubes are kind of dirty. I'll wipe them down in a moment. Let's see. You have positive pressure in the case in this way? Yeah. Infinity airflow build. The latency in the stream is just set to... Hang on a minute, let me just check. Oh my god, LastPass. No, I don't want to save my stream key. Oh, it looks like I can't change it while we're live. It's on the normal mode. Let me see, hang on a sec. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, that's a lot of lag. There's a huge amount of lag. Oh, heck, yeah, we got like 30 seconds, man. Man, I'm going to see if I can do anything about that. Can I fix this? No, I don't know if I can from here. I don't think I can change the low latency mode. Yeah. Caradog, if you can open YouTube Studio and go to the live stream, can you just check if you have the option to set it to low latency mode? See if we can fix the lag. Because there's like 30 seconds of chat lag, man. I didn't realize it was that bad. I thought it was like 10 seconds. In browser, it's 40 seconds. Yeah. That's heckin' terrible, man. Why didn't I put the rad under or force it with water? That is definitely a good option. I didn't think of that as the answer. However, we've got it mostly clean. We've got it clean enough. Like we went over it with a paintbrush and a toothbrush and all the rest of it. I'm satisfied with it. Right, we're going in with all the screws and washers now. No, you can't. We'd have to stop and restart the stream. I really don't want to do that. Restarting the stream is a disaster. That is a big no-no. You don't want to restart the stream unless you really have to. So I'm afraid we'll have to deal with it. Sorry about the chat lag, people. We're almost there, to be honest. All right. I'm just backing out the screws and then putting in washers. Can I still plug in the power for the AIO? Yes, it will be fiddly. It will be fiddly. I should have done that first. I made this mistake the last time I was building a PC. However, I have thin, girly hands. I can do it. You can only set it before you start the stream. All right. Thanks for checking, Caradog. It's not this bad when we do the podcast, I'm sure. It's not this bad when we podcast, I'm sure. Maybe I just got too much stuff on the connection tonight. Who knows? Right. I'm just going to back out all those screws by half a turn just so we can slide the radiator. And then we can make sure that that's sitting in its most comfortable position. Oh, there's one more that I missed a washer on. If this was my PC, I would absolutely not have 8 screws in it. However, when it's someone else's PC, you put 8 screws in it. Just saying. Right, can that move? There we go. Right, that can slide. Right, before we go any further, I'm just going to wipe down those AIO hoses because someone in the chat pointed out they're a bit grubby, and they are. There we go. The hoses are no longer grubby. Whew. Right, we've got to feed through this stuff now. Okay, I'm going to take this vertical. Rad would have been better behind the fans. Ugh. Yeah, that's an option. Where's my OBS preview gone? There it is. That is an option. I top mount when I can. However, we couldn't have front mounted. We'd have to have rearranged everything. See, these front fans are 140mm LED fans, and these guys won't fit. These guys won't fit this radiator. So in order to front mount the radiator, we would have had to, I suppose, put these somewhere else. We could put them on top, but they look nicer at the front, and front mounting is certainly an option. So with the fans that we have, this was the best layout. So yeah, you're making the pump work hard. Doesn't make a difference. Capillary action, my dude. The pump is not having to pump uphill because remember, when we put this guy here, it's having to pump the water all the way up to here, you might say. However, then the water comes back down again, and that creates flow. So don't worry, the pump ain't having to work hard. It's going to have to do the same amount of work wherever you put the radiator. It doesn't make a difference. Right, let's get that guy up there. Poke these fans through. I think we're ready to mount this. Okay, we're ready for thermal paste. Right, we're going flat again. I'm going to mount up the pump head, and then once I've got it mounted, we'll plug it in. Yep. Ugh. Now comes the part where everyone will get really mad. So I'll just say it now. I don't care how you do your thermal paste. I really don't care. Whatever thermal paste pattern I do here, someone is going to get mad, so bring it on. Bring it on! Where is my thermal paste, though? I do actually need some. Where's my thermal paste? Have I actually lost my thermal paste and I'm going to have to find another tube? I have legitimately misplaced my thermal paste and am going to have to get another tube. Are you kidding me? Ah, there it is. Found it. Yeah. Apply 1 pint of thermal paste. I'm going to do X marks the spot. Because that's how I always do it, and it always works. Whoops, there we go. There we go. That's how I do it, and it always works just fine. Right, now that guy goes there. And if anyone's about to get mad at me, I'm ready for you, and I don't care. Right. Just get these thumb screws in place. I've got to keep the pump head even now because I don't want all of the thermal paste to get smooshed to one side. We want it to go down relatively evenly. There we go. And just bring these down just so they start engaging. Bit more there. There we go. Okay, and release. Now we tighten these down, and we're going to take these all the way down to the stop. Wrong color paste. Oh, there we go. Color just won. It was the wrong color. That is absolutely the right answer. What's the small fan on the Motherboard? This little fella behind here. Whoop, this little guy here. This is an extra fan blowing on the system agent power supply. There's the main VRMs are up here, but there's also another little power supply to the CPU under here, and this motherboard has a little fan blowing on that guy, just because it doesn't get enough airflow because of the plastic covers. Toothpaste. Right, and I'm just turning these screws down until they stop turning. I'm not tightening them up, I'm just turning them until they stop, and they have stopped. That's all you got to do. No springs. Nope, no springs on this guy. The screws are essentially just exactly the right length. There we go. Okay, right, now we go vertical to do the wires. Ah. I think I'm in focus. So now we just pull these wires through. And that's pulled through there. Right, now comes the fun bit. Now comes the part where I cocked up. Whoop. How old is this AIO? It's pretty old. We had this conversation earlier on though, and old AIOs are fine. So from this angle here at the top, you can see the massive offset on this case. Look how far out the AIO is. It's right up against the side panel of the case. So that's how we can fit a top mount AIO here. Ooh, right, I'm giving you this top view with a very awkward angle because I've got to feed in some wires here. And this is how I get the cables in. Right, I've got 2 fans. That is power, so I'm going to connect up the fans behind the scenes here. And we'll tie those back and out the way in a moment. Now the bigger cock up, right, CPU fan, that needs to go into there. So I'm going to put a bend in the wire. And I'm going to feed that through. And that's going to go in there, like that. Boop. Dunzo. Whoop. Eh. If anyone's having an EP war in the chat, don't bother, man. Okay. Right, so we've got to do something with this guy. This guy's just hanging out now. I could go back to there. And I could just put a little zip tie there. That's good, I like that. Get a nice long zip tie. I'm going to go around all of that. Come on, engage, please. There we go. That wasn't plugged in properly. It is. I could give you a close-up shot, but you'll have to take my word on it. I have checked it. All right. Graphics card. We are 99% done. Ugh. You missed a pin on the CPU header. It's a 3-pin plug going into a 4-pin header. That'll be why it looked weird. That'll be why it looked weird, because the pump is a 3-pinner, because it doesn't need PWM. Whoop. Don't worry, we're fine. Whoop. Yeah. However, I appreciate the spot all the same, because now and then mistakes get made. Whoop. I'll tell you what I am missing. I missed a screw on the motherboard. I don't know how that happened. I bet someone spotted that earlier on and was screaming at me and I didn't see it. Okay. Time for motherboard. Time for motherboard. Time for graphics card. Just wipe this guy down. A little bit of dust on the top. There's more dust on the top of this graphics card than there is in the fans. It's a dual BIOS card as well, which is nice. Right, in comes our 1070. Boop. Now, unfortunately, this guy's a little bit of a saggy boy, and there's not a lot I can do about that. However, this is a very good contender. This PC is a very good contender for buying an anti-sag bracket for this graphics card. So there are two ways that you could fix the sag on this graphics card. You can see on the camera there where it's got a bit of sag on it where it's been hanging. So you could either get one of those little stands that just goes in here and just goes whoop, like that. Or you could get one of the big long brackets that goes underneath and just pulls it up like that. The big long brackets, those are very in style these days because big long bracket that goes along there, and you can get them with like RGB lights on them, or you can just get a big long strut thing so you can have an industrial look. The little stands that just push them up like that, I don't actually like those. They're a lot more subtle than a big old I-beam across the case. However, you have to perch them in place, and if you move the PC, they fall out and just, I think the big old brackets are probably your better option these days, to be honest. All right, let's reorient this guy. It's going to plug in there. There we go. Bam. Right, let's go upright. Grab a Funko Pop and jam it under the card. That's a legitimately good option. If anyone from Funko Pop is watching, make a Funko Pop that's like this for perching graphics cards. Ah. Oof. Let's put some covers on this thing. Covers will do nicely. Right. Right, let's go front. Oh, this guy's got to go back in. Oh, this is going to be very inconvenient. Am I going to have to take the graphics card back out to fit this guy in? I did that wrong. I hate everything. I'm going to stick my head in the way. Oh no. This is a disaster. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. You want to, you want to. You're doing it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can get that in. I'm going to have to block everything for a sec while I wrangle this guy into place. I've got to reroute the fans. I've got to redo the fans. Heckin' heck. All right, that's fine. At least we didn't zip tie them in place. That's one of the least problem things that could have gone wrong. Screws in from the back. It does. However, unfortunately, these fan wires also go through holes in this plate. So I need to back these out and put them back in again. Right. Damn it. I can't really show you guys this bit, so I'm just going to quickly fix it. This is the problem with working live. If I wasn't live right now, I would just do a scene cut and go, whoops, I forgot to mount this. And then we'd go jump cut. There we go, I've mounted it. Case has some good ground clearance. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this case. I like it a lot. I was real close. I had one of these in my cart for my review PC. However, I changed my mind at the last minute and bought the Landcool 2. However, I had one of these in the cart because I really like this case. All right, are you going to go in now? Are you going to go in? What am I up against? There we go. I'm up against these guys. There we go. Right, can I move that forward? I'm going to quickly test it. No. Yeah, that's going in there. That'll be fine. Good. All right. Where's the screw? Of course it's behind all the cables. Where else would it be? There we go. Okay, it's over. I've just got to thread these fans back in, and then I can give you guys a view of what's going on again. We're nearly there. We're turning it on in 5 minutes. What's the EK AIO on top of the Lianli case? Ooh. It's my Elite 360. I'm looking forward to building this. I've been sitting on this for a heckin' week, man. I've been sitting on it for like 10 days. I want to unbox it and I want to fit it, but I haven't had time. It's mine for my review case. However, because it's not work, it's having to wait until I have time. I want to get it fitted though, man. I'm excited. Massive, massive AIO. Probably one of the highest performing AIOs money can buy. 360 millimeter rad, 620 millimeter fans. 6. All right, plugging in the fans again. 1. And millimeters. 2. That in right? That's in right. Good. Cables, cables, good. This guy's kind of just across there, but whatever. There's not much I can do about that. Back cover on. One of the main pluses for this case, it is a moderately sized case. It's not big. It's not the smallest, but it's not big by any stretch of the imagination. However, you can fit basically anything you like in this case. It's got a real nice premium build quality to it. Like, look at the way this side panel goes on. This side panel, let me just take that off again. The side panel has got these nubs on it, which go into those little clips. So when you want to put this side panel on, you just line that front up. There we go. Line that front panel up, and you just close it, and it just clicks in. It just goes, bam, and it's on. And then we do up the thumb screws just to lock it in place. It's just, and like the thumb screws have got those little bits of yellow trim on them. And now we'll go up to the top, and like, where's the top? There it is. The top dust filter has got this nice Corsair hatching pattern on it, and the little Corsair clothing tag just to give it a bit of flavor. And there's just a lot of small touches that just make this case just look nice. A lot of little accents on it. Ugh. Dust filter. Bam. And the front panel. And that also just goes bam. There we go. So easy to access. Ooh. Let me see. Saeed chose this case. He called me up and he said, I want a 4000D. And I said, you got it, my dude. I'll stick one on order for you. Okay, right. It's time for the peel. It's time for the peel. The John peel. Let me put this down. So we're going to do this bit flat. Right, and what we do... So what we do is we've got the inside of the panel. So peel number 1, we go... And I'm going to put that upside down. It's upside down deliberately. And people who watch my videos probably know what I'm going to do now. Now what we do is we grab a cloth and we get some multi-surface furniture polish. This is anti-static, this stuff. And we spray that down. Now, as soon as you remove the plastic peel, the dust is just going to go straight onto that glass panel. So we spray it down with some multi-surface polish, and then we use a microfiber cloth, and we just buff that back to a shine again. And this is going to leave an anti-static coat on the glass that rejects fingerprints and also just steers the dust away, so the dust will fall off the glass instead of sticking to it. So we do this on the inside, so we don't get left with dust on the inside of the case. And then we flip the panel over and we do it on the outside. There we go. Now we flip that over and we put it on properly. Peel does nothing for you. Am I broken? Yes, you are. I'm sorry. Oh, rear fan and Wi-Fi. Oh, heck. Oh, no. Oh, there's always something. There's always something. Yep. The peel must wait. You're right. We were so close to finishing. We were so close to finishing. Rear fan. You! Better that we notice now. Otherwise, as soon as I had turned it on, I'd have turned it on and then been like, the rear fan isn't spinning because I forgot to plug it in because I'm an idiot. Oh well. Oh, the back cover's got to come off again. We'll never be done. We're here forever. I hope no one's got anywhere to be. All right, how are we doing for time? 3 hours 20. This is fine. As long as we stay under the 4-hour marker. As long as we stay under 4 hours. Because when we get up to 4 hours, my brain will be mush. All right, we're going to pop this guy out the top left of the case. And then we post it back in. And I'm going to just peer down through the top to plug this guy in. Once again, I'm going to put my bend in the wire. Right, what do I want? Chassis fan 3 is it along the top of the motherboard. So I'm going to plug into there. There we go. Okay. Right, we just got to tidy this wire now. So I've just come out of here and then gone straight back in onto the motherboard. So now I've got to get rid of this guy. I'm going to chop this guy out and put him in there. Do-do-do-do-do. I'm glad I've got my very chill lo-fi beats in the background. Keeps me sane doing this. Okay, right, let's get you settled nicely. There we go. Just make sure that's not sticking out at a weird angle anywhere. Yeah, and it's got just a little bit of slack on it, so it's not taut. There we go. That's that. What else was wrong? Wi-Fi card. Wi-Fi card. Saeed, are you still in chat? Are you still about? If so, do you want the TV card in as well? Are we putting the TV card back in? Whoop. Why is the silver plate so grubby looking? Because you don't bother cleaning it. Or I didn't bother cleaning it. Okay, Wi-Fi card, Wi-Fi card. There it is. It's going to ruin our aesthetic, this boy, but... we could put this guy down the bottom. I'm kind of tempted to low mount the Wi-Fi card because it will be... it will look a lot nicer low down. It will be far less noticeable. Saeed says yes. Okay, no, in that case, we're putting the Wi-Fi card high because the TV card's going back in. Whoop. Did I tighten the radiator bolts? Yes, I did. That's that. Right, where's the TV card? There it is. That guy is going down there. Whoop. Bam. It is Let's Build Computers. Okay. All in, nothing loose. Touch it all for good luck. There we go. Good. Now we're done. Now the side panel can go on. Could mount both low. We could, however, if we weren't putting the TV card in, I'd put the Wi-Fi card down there. However, if I put the Wi-Fi card down there, there's going to be I don't like the way it'll all fit in, because the Wi-Fi card has got triple antennas sticking out the back, and the outside on the back where all the cables are going in will get really hectic if we put the Wi-Fi card down low as well. I also want to keep the Wi-Fi card and the TV card a little bit away from each other. For superstitious reasons, to be honest. I doubt it makes any real difference, but you never know. Right, where'd I put the side panel? Where'd I put you? I put you down there. Right. Ugh. Okay. All going on. I'll put on the back panel again, and then we can do the peel. I wanted to center the rear fan. Boat and dive. Why'd you have to do this to me, man? Why'd you got to do this to me? I'm going to leave the back panel off. I'm going to put the Windows side panel on when we're installing Windows. Where did I put the big screwdriver? It's here. Right. This fan is too high. I want to move it down. Thank you, by the way. Let's see. XD Mark II, you want to see it completed? We're nearly there. We're nearly there. There we go. I'll put that down low. A bit more aesthetically pleasing down there, I think, because now it's actually in line with sort of the airflow. I think that looks nicer personally. Okay, I'm leaving this side panel off for now, because if I put it on, we'll find something else that needs doing. Okay. Back panel on. Right. Now we're done. Turn the PSU though. Never. Oh geez, I'm still live. Yeah. Yeah. Sad, yeah. All right, we're done. There we go, boys. There it is. How's that? That looks nice. I like it. Okay, let's plug it in. Let's do a post test. HDMI. What else do I need? I need a mouse and keyboard. Stick you in there. Bam. That's on. Right, are we ready on the HDMI capture? Live Gamer Mini. What the hell happened to you, Live Gamer Mini? There we go. Bam. Ah, the front fans are red. I thought they'd be white. Okay, there we go, PC Specialist. It's an old PC Specialist build. How about that? Okay, right. I'm going to switch off the capture for a sec, because I don't want this to boot, and it might boot. Right, so I'm going to turn off, and I want to disconnect. I forgot about this. I want to disconnect the hard drive, because we're doing a clean install of Windows. Unplug hard drive. Whenever you're doing a clean install of Windows, disconnect everything except your main SSD, because Windows Setup likes to make system partitions in random places. Saeed said it was red. Yeah, I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. Right. Post test with the customer in chat. Confidence is not getting it right first time. Confidence is knowing that you can fix whatever goes wrong. If it hadn't posted, that doesn't matter. We'll fix it. That's confidence. It doesn't have to work first time every time. Right, let's see. Windows drive. Windows flash drive. Bam. Okay, so we're going to dive into BIOS this time, and we're just going to sanity check that. So I'm going to spam the delete key on the keyboard. Have that one. There we go. Okay, press F1 to run setup. Where's the stick tape? I can't find it. I'll look for it tomorrow. Front panel needs to be clicked in good. Does it? I'll check that because it didn't feel very good when I put it on. I'll give you that. Let's just check that that's in properly. There we go. Yeah, that's on. Not sure if it was sat right, but it definitely is now. Okay, right. I'm going to quickly rearrange my screen just so I can see what I'm doing a bit better. Move the chat over there. And I want a full screen preview. Okay. Right, let's see. Let's move that out of the way. Sabertooth Z977. This is a good looking BIOS for its age. 2009. Okay, right, so the only thing I want to do here, oh, XMP isn't a thing, is it? What speed is this memory? I can't see. Yeah, I think the memory's at the right speed. Fine. Okay, in that case, the only thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to set, I think the only thing I need to do is just set fan speeds. So we're going to advanced mode. And I'm going to, let's see where we've got. Right, CPU fan speed, yeah, NA. Right, so why aren't we getting an output from the CPU fan? That's definitely plugged in right. I'm going to stick my hand in there and check it. Yeah. CPU optional, CPU fan. That's plugged in right. Why aren't we getting a CPU fan speed? It's got power because the light is on and the fans are blowing. The AIO is getting its power from the CPU fan header. Unless it's just because it's expecting a 4-pin fan. No, that can't be it. I don't know why we're not getting CPU fan speed. I mean, it doesn't matter. The important fans are doing their thing. So, yeah. We'll come back to that one. CPU Q fan control. We want that turned off. And we want to control chassis. We want to control chassis 1, 3, and 4, and we want to set them to silent. Base clock is set to 103. Yeah. Is that worth changing? I'm inclined to leave it on automatic. Right, and we're going to go silent. I'll just set all the chassis fans to silent, actually, just in case any of them get moved about. Fan profile silent. And assist 1. And we'll set the little assist fans to silent as well to shut them up. Fan overtime, anti-surge support. Yeah, that's fine. Right, have we got CPU fan warning? Because I want to turn you off, because you're going to cause me grief. CPU fan control, nope. Wait for F1 if error. Option ROM messages. I'm going to turn that off. Good. All right, that looks fine. And yeah, is it worth dropping the base clock down to 100, you reckon, then? If you get random B-sods, that'll be why? Yeah, that's fine then. Let's 100 that for good measure. Oh, we're on manual. XMP profile 1. DDR3 2401. Are you sure? We'll run that and we'll see if it crashes. Yeah, we've got half an overclock dialed in here. Please enable XMP. Yeah, we've got half an overclock dialed in here. Do you want me to leave this overclock in place? Date and time, that's the least of my concerns. We'll sort that out later. CPU fan errors in the startup splash screen. Yeah, we'll sort that up. 2600K, it's a 3770. Yeah. Okay. Date and time. Not worried about the date and time. Don't care about that. I'll leave that as it is for now, because there's previous settings dialed in here. And if I see what we'll do, I can always check in with Saeed a bit later if he wants this overclock dialed out. So we'll come back to that one and we'll see how it does. Right, leave it in place. That's what I'm reading from that. Good, okay, that's fine. Right, right, let's roll with that for now. Save changes and reset. Same configuration. Let's roll with that and we'll see how it does. Old BIOS version. I wouldn't bother updating it unless there's a reason to. If the new BIOS has got some nice new features, I'm going to dive back into BIOS. Right, and I'm going to boot menu. Still got that fan error. I'm going to start installing Windows because we need to get done tonight. We're out of time. However, I will need to dial into it to figure out why we're not getting CPU fan reporting, because the Corsair should be giving our CPU fan reporting. I don't know why we're not. Looks like it's a 200 megahertz all-clore OC. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know what the stock is on this one. Okay, can I get a loading spinner, please? There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, right. And we're going to disk part. Saeed, one more check. We're nuking this, right? Say yes, all caps for nuke. I'm just going to quickly grab a drink, super quick, while I wait for that confirmation. That's right. Whoop. CPU temp didn't look healthy. Yeah, we'll check it again. It'll be fine. We're only installing Windows. It'll be fine. USB on the AIO, yes, that is for IQ. And yes, I did forget to fit it. I always forget this, heckin' dude. We don't need this for CPU fan speed, though. This gives us software control of the AIO. I will stick that in while Windows installs. Super Nuke, please. You got it. Doo-doo-doo. Install. We'll get this kicked off, and I'll stick this USB cable in while we do that. Yeah. Fans are kicked onto high speed. No, the CPU fan is not. No, the CPU's not happy. No, actually, you're right. I am going to check that. The fans weren't on high speed, so I wasn't bothered, but the fans have just kicked onto high speed, so the CPU ain't happy. Shut up with your fan error, I don't care. Just give me BIOS. I think we are burning up. Temperature. 60 degrees? What are you panicking for? It's coming down, though. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go advanced. And I'm going to save a profile. Profile. Label. 4100 OC. Save to profile 1. There we go. And I'm gonna load optimize defaults. I've just saved the overclock as a profile. We're gonna load optimize defaults, and we're just gonna see what it does on stock. And if that CPU temperature doesn't chill out a bit, then yeah, CPU over temperature error. It's not happy. We might have a bad mount on the CPU. 62? Yeah, I mean, it's too hot, but I don't understand why it's in panic mode. 60 degrees ain't panic, but it should be lower than that at idle. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I'm going to reseat the cooler. I don't want this. I don't want this at 11:15 at night. Let's we'll just back the we'll just back the cooler off and seat it again. What's your major malfunction? I'm just going to loosen all of these. I'm going to give it a wiggle. And then we're going to tighten it down again. We don't have anything trapped in there, do we? Nope. Let's try that. Whoop. Someone's rattling. This might need some fettling. .52 and rising. You're making me wonder. Let me try pressing that. I'm just holding the pump down just to see if I can lower the temp. That's not helping it. Not by any meaningful amount. And yeah, someone said CPU optional header. I agree. I'm going to try moving it to a different header. Ugh. All plugged in right? Yep. All right, CPU optional. Just out of interest, what does the temperature do now we're unplugged? The AIO is unplugged at the moment. So if that temperature doesn't skyrocket, that might mean the pump's not running. But I don't know why the pump wouldn't be running. 55. Oh yeah, no, the temperature's going up. I think the pump was going. All right, I've just plugged it back in again. Do 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 do. $57. I think we might just have a really trash mount. Is the backplate on properly? Yeah. Backplate is on properly. 58. You know, I might just have to repaste the block. Thermal paste color, yeah. No, the USB lead will give you software control of the pump, but it can run without it. It can run without it. USB lead gives power to the pump. No, it doesn't. I mean, we'll plug it in just to make sure. I've never seen one of these getting power over USB though. Right. Ugh. We'll just ghetto mount this for a sec. USB. It's on the bottom of this one. All right, USB is connected. No change. Nah, it's not a USB thing. I didn't think so. I think I must just have a trash mount. I must just have a really garbage mount on the block. So I'll take it off and I'll repaste it completely. Like, yeah, fine. I'll eat my words. Apparently this time I got a bad mount. Ugh. Right, let's swap around again. Right, what's your problem, Corsair? Why are you making me look like a tomfool? Nearly 4 hours into a stream. Why you got to do this to me? We were done. All we had to do was install Windows and we were done. All I had to do was show that it posted and then say, thanks for coming everyone, see you soon. I could have just showed it posting and been like, there we go, we're done, and fixed anything off camera. Maybe the backplate is loose on the Mobo. I was thinking the same. I'm going to check that. And yes, we are. I have tried the optional fan header as well. Do we know if the AIO was working beforehand? We don't. I didn't actually fire this thing up before I rebuilt it. But I was not aware of any issues with it. All right, there we go. All right, what's my thermal paste looking like? Yeah, it's giving me hassle because the cables are tied back. Let's just perch that for a sec. I'm going to get in there and stick some new thermal paste in. Where's my... There it is. Ugh. Ugh. Can't show you guys what I'm doing because the cables are in the way, but I'm just wiping that thermal paste down. And let's just get the back of the pump head as well. Ugh. Oh no, I've got an itch on my chin and my hands have got thermal paste on them. Time to get silver hands. Saeed says you broke it. Yeah, no problems before. That's fine. We probably just had a bad mount. The kids messed it up when I left it out back. Yeah. Yeah, Saeed said it was working. I think we just got a bad mount, guys. It happens. Despite all the trash talk I was giving earlier about mounting it right and never having a problem, you know, sometimes you do get a bad mount. It happens. So yeah. Right. Let's go in there again. And easy on the thermal paste. There we go. Come on, don't make me cut out all my nicely tidied cables. Oh, before I actually screw that down, just going to check the plate. Yeah, it's possible. The plate might not have been quite right, which is the plate just needed some support, I think. Okay, I need 3 hands for this, but I think I can do it. No. Come on. Come on, thumb screw. There we go. I'm just supporting the back plate from underneath the case at the moment, so I can make sure that the back... Oh, no. No. I'm supporting the back plate from underneath the computer so I can be certain that it's gone through the holes properly. Because the back plate is a loose fit with this design, so it is possible for it not to sit right. Come on, don't mess me about. Not while I'm in try-hard mode. And number 4. Okay, and screwdriver. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Ugh. You're wonky. Why are you wonky? There we go. Right. No doubts. Let's try that again. I'd prefer... yeah, I'll put it upright just for fair testing because I don't want the orientation of the computer to be punking me here. Ugh. Right. Don't screw me. Hit me. CPU fan error, that's fine, I don't care. I want temperatures. I want temperatures. 21 degrees. Right, let's give that a second, just see what it does. That's going up awfully fast. No magic smoke, just a bad mount, I think. $26. $25. There we go. I think we had a bad mount, everyone. Panic over. $26. It's going to go up a bit further than that. Like, it's not going to sit at 25 degrees indefinitely. Yeah, I think it was just a bad mount. Yes, we're still on the case swap. Yeah, that's fine. That's better. All right. So that doesn't solve our fan indicator problem. The AIO was lit up last time as well. So yeah. All right. There we go. Right, so we've still got issues with our fan speed reporting. I will come back to that one. What I'm going to do firstly, let's get Windows installed on this thing and we'll just see how it behaves. 25, that's stable, good. All right, we're gonna install Windows. And actually, I tell you what, I'm gonna load our profile as well. Now we've got a solid mount, we'll load our previous profile. OC profile. Load from profile 1. There we go. Do a BIOS update. What has changed in the new BIOS? What has changed in the new BIOS? That's the question I ask. I mean, we can, but we'll see. There we go. Right, I'm going to install Windows first. Okay. Kingston Data Traveler. CPU fan error because it's on optional. It wasn't working when it was on CPU main though. I'll swap it over for good measure. However, I'll wager it's not going to matter. There we go. We're back on CPU fan main. You get newer GSA. That's an AMD thing, isn't it? Latest BIOS has the Spectre patches. Yeah. Updated microcode. Yeah. I'll leave it up to you, Saeed. Saeed, do you want me to BIOS update this while we've got it? Personally, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, in my opinion. I don't think there's a good reason to update the BIOS. However, if you want me to do it anyway, just for posterity, then I've got no problem with it. Thermal paste color. It was the wrong shade of grey. Did I just hot swap the CPU fan header? I sure did. Improves system stability. That sounds nicer. How are we giving power to the pump? Pump gets its power across the CPU fan header on this one. You think it's worthwhile? Yeah. Okay, you know what? We'll BIOS update it then. I don't think it makes any difference, but by the same token, there's kind of no reason not to. I'll give you that. So, yeah. Right, while we wait for Windows to install, let's get a new heckin' BIOS then in that case. So, all right, let's go. I'll close that. And I'm going to switch Windows here. Whoops, just typed into the wrong keyboard. We're going to Google in the Windows setup. Right, we can go up there. And let's just keep that on screen as well. Oh, I can't have them both. Yeah, I'll fix that later. Okay, let's see. Z77 Sabertooth. Right, is there a version 1 and 2? Doesn't look like it. Okay, in that case, I will have drives and tools, BIOS and firmware, and we'll have one of them, please. Whoop. Good. Right, let's grab a flash drive. Plug this in around the back. Don't need that at the moment. Right, we're done with you. Whoop. Was that drag successful? I'll do it again. You have hardware BIOS program. It's true. Man, oh, if we heckin' bricked this motherboard, I'd be mortified. If we bricked this motherboard, I'd be like, yeah, we're done. End stream. Okay. Oh yeah, we're installing Home because I'm assuming that's what it's licensed for. We can upgrade directly up to Pro again. Let me just check. Yeah, right, that is done. I'm just going to safely eject my flash drive. Bam. And let's go back to there. Getting ready. Oh, no, that's eSAT. Good grief, this thing's got eSATA on it. Remember when that was a thing? Windows Pro. Well, okay. Pardon me while I quickly restart the Windows install. I always assume Home. Hey, why didn't I get BIOS? Give me BIOS. Why are we not, why is my BIOS not kicking in? Let's move that somewhere else. The Windows install is really upset because I hit reset during the Windows install. Can you heckin' BIOS for me, please, Motherboard? I'm spamming the delete key. There we go. Good gravy. Right, advanced. May as well do the flash while we're here now. Let's see. Tool. Easy Flash 2. And let's see. SanDisk. 2104.cap. Do you want to read this file? Yes. Do you really want to update BIOS? Yes. Processing. Off we go. I wish I'd gotten T instead of Pepsi Max. I'm going to quickly use the bathroom while this BIOS update does the thing. I will be right back, everyone. Huh. I muted the wrong microphone. Right. Where are we? Let's see. BIOS update. System will be reset. Sure. Oh, I hate it when they do that. You hit OK and the computer just cuts out and you're like, oh. I'm going to delete into the BIOS again. Hope the PC Specialist logo is now gone. You know what? I'm not sure. Oh, it has. There we go. We've got the tough logo now. The ultimate force. I'm really glad that Asus have stopped sort of the ultimate force branding. They still call it tough, but it's just called tough now. Okay, right. I'm going to check our settings. Hello, Paige. How's it going? Right. Have we lost our overclock? Yes. So I'm going to load our profile again. OC profile. What? It heckin' nukes the OC. Oh. Heckin' heck. Fine. All right. Now set. I need to give myself a big screen view, and we'll just dial in that overclock again. Full screen projector. Okay. All right. We want XMP. 100 base clock. Multi-core enhancement. Yes. Turbo ratio. 41. And rest of it can stay on auto. That should be fine. We'll run it at that and we'll see what it does. I will need to stress test this to check that we're all good. You can push it to 4.3. I'm not going to do that for now. We were running 103 base clock. Yeah, yeah, we were on 103. I'll dial in the 103 base clock. What's that doing for us, actually? 103. It's giving us another 100 megahertz. It's also pushing up the RAM speed, though. Yeah, sure. All right. We'll leave in the 103 and we'll see how it runs. I'll need to stress test it to make sure it's happy with this, but we should be good. Right, I'm going to check our fan speeds again. Our CPU fan speed is there now. I've no idea why we've got CPU fan reporting. I've done nothing to change that, but apparently that's now working. So, fine. So our CPU fan error has disappeared of its own accord. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, like, remember, tomorrow I'll still be working on this thing. There'll still be bits to do tomorrow. Right, let's just set silent fan profiles, because they do keep the noise down. Standard, silent on everything. There we go. That'll do. And let's save that profile. 41OC, we'll call that. Save to profile 1. Was also working before BIOS update. Yeah, I did notice that it had phantomly disappeared. After you update the BIOS version, you can't apply older version profiles. I guess that kind of makes sense. All right. That's fine. You're learning loads? Well, I'm glad someone's getting something out of this. I'm at the, we're past the 4-hour marker, and I'm like, I thought I'd be done in 2 hours. Some wacky part of my brain thought that we would be done in 2 hours. 3 tops, you know. Save changes and reset. All right, we're going to dive back into BIOS one more time because we need to change the boot order. I should be able to F8 it, actually. It'll crash with 103. We'll find out. Okay. UEFI, not SanDisk, Data Traveler. SanDisk is the BIOS update. Pull the plug on that. Don't need you anymore. 11 PM curse. It is. You're right. Set the base clock to 100. I think you might be right, actually, because I think we just reset. That doesn't mean anything because we've got a broken system install at the moment. It gets one more try, otherwise we're dropping that base clock. I don't like the 103, but it was set in there already. Although, to be honest, I don't like the 103 base clock, and neither does anyone else in the chat, so I'm inclined to change it on principle. I'm going to give it one more try, though, just out of interest. UEFI Data Traveler. Let's try that one more time. You wandered off to play some Phasmo. Yeah, we're still here. I don't want to say that everything went wrong, but we've had adventures. We've had adventures. For the record, it's trash USB flash drives that I don't care about. All right, let's see if it'll install at 103. I'm going to nuke the drive again just for security. Or, well, I say security for good measure, just to make sure that we've nuked that broken Windows install that I just did. Let's see, cell disk 0, clean, clean, exit, exit. Okay, install. Install now. We don't have a product key. The motherboard is already activated, I'm assuming. Windows Pro 64. I accept. Custom. Drive is unallocated because we just cleaned it again. There we go, off we go. What's the plan for this tower? It's a gaming rig, I'm assuming. Non-UEFI. No, we selected UEFI. The date and time will automatically be set by Windows once we get connected to the internet. I can dial it in, or Windows will do it automatically as soon as we hit Windows. So I'm not super fussed. You saw 13 degrees in the BIOS. Some of the I don't know what old Intel is like, but some of the older thermal probes were really inaccurate at idle temps. When they warm up, they have a bit of a logarithmic scale, and when the chip warms up, they're accurate, but when they're cold, they're inaccurate. That was what it was like with FX, but Intel, I don't know. I don't know early Intel very well. Basically, anything older than 4th gen, I'm not very familiar with. So yeah, what was wrong with the temps? Yeah, we had a bad mount. But yeah, once we get into Windows, we'll stick a load test on this thing. We'll run up something. We'll Cinebench it. Just going to tweak those fan radiator mounts. I'm just going around all these screws again, and because there's so many of them, I've lost track of which ones I've already done. There we go. I'm putting the back panel on. I'm not going to put the front panel on, but I'm going to put the back panel on. Getting ready. Hello again, Night Fusion. Thanks for the $5. Tempted to get an EK AIO now. No, stop it, Night Fusion. Well, at least, I mean, I want to, yeah. Should we have a nosy at this while we wait for Windows? No, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to have a nosy at my heckin' EK. I'm not going to look at the EK because I've got to put on the heckin', I've got to plug in the bloody USB cable for the AIO. This H100 needs its IQ cable. IQ cable. Right, where are you going? IQ cable is... I'm going to see what I've got room for first. There goes that. Were we supposed to have a reset just then? Okay, we've got lots of slack. I'm going to come in through the top, and I'm going to go on a tour. There we go. Let's start with region. Before you start with region, I'm going to plug in this USB cable. Get in there. And I'm just going to thread that around the water block. I'm not going to bother setting up the camera to give you guys a view of what I'm doing. I'm just plugging in the IQ cable, that's it. Nothing fancy. I'm just trying to thread it around real nice like. However, it's giving me hassle because this motherboard has weird shaped VRM covers. Go on there. Around there. No, I don't like that. I'm going to go up there instead. Heck off. Oh, that doesn't want to tidy at all. I'll finish that in a minute. I'll finish that in a moment. Okay. United Kingdom. United Kingdom. So we're going to add a generic local user account, and the client can set their own user account later on if they want to. We're just going to get through to the desktop and get the thing working. Whoop. And we don't want any of this. Not now. I shall put on the Wi-Fi antennas. Okay, this might take several minutes. All right, I'm going to carry on fettling this hecking cable, which doesn't want to work with me. This IQ cable does not want to sit nicely. I need to pinch it in somewhere. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, I know how I'm going to do this. It's going to go in there. That'll do. There we go. IQ cable is in. Top on. Back cover on. Last time. The back cover is on. We're putting in the screws. Well, Night Fusion, to answer your question, sorry about the delay, by the way. We've got hella massive chat lag today, and I don't know why. Yeah, to answer your question, I've got the 5800X in this computer, so what I would say is hold out for me to do the test with that, because I'm going to be testing that Elite 360 versus my old H115i. Now, obviously, that H115i is kind of old, but it's a 280mm water cooler. So an old 280 versus a modern 240, you know, they've got to be fairly comparable. Or actually, no, you said you got a Z73, did you say? The Z73, that's the 360mm rad as well, isn't it? So in which case, no, I'd stick with the NZXT. I'd stay the course, I would say. Right. Maybe later. Right, we're going to get basic. We're going to get basic things in. You get basic drivers on, and we'll get some Cinebench running on this, just so we can make sure that everything's hunky-dory. All right, gimme drivers. Does the other drive SATA need connecting? It does. And as someone mentioned earlier on, we can actually plug that. Date and time is incorrect. Oh my God. Do you want to sort that out? Oh, we're already in settings, idiot. Date and time. There we go. Date and time done. Checking for updates. Let's see the TV card working. Oh no, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Windows 10 looks so terrible compared to the Aero Glass. I want something in between. I think Windows 7 looks really dated these days. However, Windows 10 went real hard into flat design. The new icons for Windows 10 that have come in over the past month or two, I really like the new Windows 10 icons. And I'm hoping that that is a sign of a newer styling that's going to come in. I'm hoping that they're going to adjust the Windows 10 theme slightly to be a bit less aggressively flat. So yeah. Get R15 going. Oh yeah, it's not going to like R23, is it? Yeah, all right. Let's get that downloading while it does Windows updates. It's time to use Microsoft Edge, everyone. I don't hate flat design. I just hate it when it's too aggressive. Edge, thank you. Good grief. Right, so let's see, google.com. Oh my God, everyone wants cookies. I don't care. Cinebench, R15. Guru 3D, that'll do. We value your privacy. Fine. Download. Oh, your download will start automatically in 5 seconds. That'll do. Step away from the edge. Am I getting a P200A case? I might, because I was talking to someone in the Discord the other night about the Fantex P200A. They linked it in, and I took one look at it, and I was like, oh, it's adorable! It's a tiny little Fantex! I really like the look of it. I don't need one, though. That's the problem. I don't need one. And I've spent a lot of money on hardware this month. I do want it, though. Edge is actually kind of nice. Edge is basically the same as Chrome now. I've got no beef with Edge. My only beef with Edge is just how obnoxious Microsoft are with it. So that is A, the fact that you open it up and it's just like, welcome to Edge, let's get you set up. Just, no, go away, I don't care. And also just like, if you try and change your default thing, they're just like, are you sure you want to change your default browser? You should try using Edge instead. It's like, no, Microsoft, this is why everyone hates you. I kind of don't want to use Edge on principle, not because it's actually technically worse in any way. How are those updates doing? Pending install, getting there. I just want this first wave of updates, specifically display drivers and stuff like that. Once we get that on, we're done. We'll get this extract. Ugh. Ba-da-ba-ba. A P350X. I'm not familiar with that one. P350X. What is the P350X? Images. Oh, right, yeah. I'm not... That's okay, actually. I'm not big on solid front panels these days. I'm all about airflow cases. But I like the RGB lines on it. That looks cool. It looks like quite a long boy as well. Interesting case. Haven't seen that before. Here's the money for the 200A. Heckin' heck, Night Fusion. Are you sure? You got it, my dude. I'll stick one on order. Thank you very much. I'll make it happen. I'm not going to deal with that right this moment. However, I appreciate it. I'll get one on order. And we'll see if it's any good. Also, I can't see the X because it's behind my face. There we go. All right, Cinebench is ready to go. How are we doing, Windows Update? We're nearly there. I'm just waiting for these Windows updates and we're good to go. And Kaizo, thank you very much for the 99 euro, for the €1. Much appreciated. The Be Quiet 500DX. Be Quiets are all are nice. They're okay. Be Quiets are good for the Stealth Bomber build. Or is the Be Quiet the one with all the orange trim on it? Because Be Quiet tend to go for the black and orange look, and I'm not a massive fan. If it's your cup of tea, then that's fine. It's just not my cup of tea, personally. Okay. Install now. It would have been quicker just to download the NVIDIA display drivers myself. I thought this would be faster. Hardware info, that's a good idea. Let's grab that while we wait for this. No! I don't want to use Bing Search. Bing Search is bad. Hardware info. Le portable. Okay. Hardware info portable. I'm working with half a second of lag on the mouse input because I'm looking at this through a capture card. All right, I'll just load that up and make sure that works. Sensors only, please. Non-commercial use only. This is for pleasure only. EC sensor can report data, can cause high system load. I don't care. No, don't monitor that right now. I just want CPU temps. Core distance to oh yeah. I saw 70 degrees and had a heart attack, but it's distance to TJ Maxx, so we're fine. Why do we even have that? Why do we even have that? Might be better to stress test it with R20, R15. We're going with R15 now, to be honest. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, a newer version is available. I don't care. Right, Windows Update, how we... Oh, here comes the display driver. There we go, that answers that question. All right, the resolution just got fixed to answer that question. However, we have gone to a lot of scaling. Yeah, let's just do 125. Normally, of course, I put it on 100, but because we're streaming, I'll put it on 125 just because it makes things a bit bigger for you guys. And Boat and Dive, $10 for the Pepsi Fund. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. There we go. Driver easy. I'm not a fan of automatic driver finder stuff. Not my kind of thing, I'm afraid. All right, update and security. How are we doing over here? Okay, I'm just waiting for this to finish off, and then we're ready to run. OCCT. OCCT, I've had mixed results with that. It's okay. I don't get on with it, though. When I first found it, I was like, this is amazing. And then I was using it on a couple of computers and just had a lot of trouble with it. And I kind of went off of it. So I do things manually now. But, you know, if it works for you, then it's great. Any great extra tips for Windows configuration? Not specifically. I don't do any really exotic stuff with Windows 10 installs. Right, are we done? 21%. Hurry up. I'm done. I'm done. I want to go. I literally just want to see, I want to see a Cinebench run. I want to see a couple of Cinebench runs, and I want to see it stable, and then we're done. That's it. That's all I care about. I'm going to put the side panel on, I think. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put the side panel on. Oh. No, I'm not. Because I've got to plug the hard drive in. There you go. Hard drive. Get connected. There we go. Oh, hey, look at that. Hot swap was on. Wasn't actually expecting that to appear until after a reboot. I'm not going to open that because... what's that? You need to format. Oh, awesome. That's great. I was going to say, I don't know if there's data on this drive or not. Oh, look at the old Cinebench. I accept. Come on. I don't want to run Cinebench while Windows Update is running, because if it crashes midway through a Windows Update, that might cause us problems. Whoop. Oh no! Mulligan, mulligan. There we go. Go home safely and get your rest. Yeah, we're almost there. Thank you very much for the $10, though. Let's see. Took the liberty of doing R15. You can't go until you've blasted past 5,000. No. No. We're almost there. I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. It's the end of the night. We're literally done. We are 99.9% done. I just need to see that clear Cinebench score. And I'm only doing that for you guys' sake, because the thing, of course, is that even if it fails now, I'm still going to go home and I'm going to be like, yeah, no, I'm fixing that in the morning. If it crashes now, I'm not fixing it now. I'll do it in the morning. However, if it passes it, then we can be like, yeah, we're done. Mic wasn't close enough. Yeah. Right. How are we doing? Ah! %. What's the CPU up to? Are we doing anything at the moment? Are we actually on load? It's doing some things. All right, we've got to have them logical processes. Come on. The tinted tempered glass looks good. I'm not a fan of tinted glass. I actually prefer the clear ones. It's good if you've got lots of art. It depends, I guess. It's all personal preference, of course. Do-do-do. Plug it into LAN. It's not the Wi-Fi that's hurting us. It's just install speed. And sometimes that's not down to the speed of the computer. Windows updates are just really slow to install. It's just a sucky part of the game, unfortunately. Oh, my word. Oh, my days. I'm going to start tidying up while I wait. It's going down there. Making a big pile of rubbish on the floor that I'll clean up tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow, isn't it? Yeah. I've lost all sense of time because I'm not used to doing a stream on a Thursday evening from the shop. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Don't do the 1330 update, it causes high CPU usage. Whoops. It's already most of the way through now. So we might have to uninstall it again. Didn't they fix that? I'd heard that there was an update recently that got pulled. So why is it installing it if this is the one that got pulled? Change the virtual memory size now. I generally leave that as it is these days. Virtual memory, I leave it on automatic. On old computers or slow computers or computers with hard drives, I sometimes tinker with it. But on a modern system with an SSD, there we go. On a modern system with an SSD, I don't think there's actually any value in adjusting it. The update that had the issue got pulled and fixed. Yeah, I thought so. Ah, Conrad Mayer with the €5. Thank you very much. Greetings from Germany. You've seen my videos a lot and it's very informative. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I hope you guys have had a good time tonight. How are we doing, by the way, on... how many... Whoops, that's the wrong button. I want that one there. Where's my stream thing? There's still 580 of you guys here. Man, thanks everyone for tuning in tonight. It's been nuts. It's been absolutely bonkers tonight. Configuring Windows Update. We're nearly there. Ah, that's nice. We're getting a little bit of warm air out the top now, and I can hear the CPU fans just adjusting slightly, and that's a good sign. It means the water cooler is doing its job. Do-do-do. Yeah, I suppose in a way, sometimes it's nice when stuff happens. Like, it's having that bad mount on the CPU kind of set us back by about 20 minutes. But by the same token, sometimes it's kind of nice when things go wrong, because when things go wrong, you get to see what you do when things go wrong. Like I said, confidence is knowing how to fix problems. I'm going to stop doing that now before I drop it. Let's finish setting up your device. Pro tip, there is a way of getting rid of this. All right, let me just turn on my preview again. There we go. So firstly, we're going to say, remind me in 3 days. And then pro tip, you want to go to Settings, and you want to go to System, and then Notifications and Actions, and you go, don't show me the Windows welcome experience, don't suggest ways in which I can finish setting up my computer, and don't show me tips, tricks, and suggestions as you use Windows. And it'll leave you alone. It'll get rid of all of that nonsense. Welcome to Microsoft Edge. Goodbye, Edge. Right, let's have hardware info back again. Bam. And let's go sensors only. And while that warms up, we'll get Cinebench back open again. Downloads, Cinebench, go. Okay, and status update. Bam. All right, let's go. CPU, run. Let's do it. Where's our temperatures? 47. Oh my word, I don't care. Do the thing. All right, are we running? It's doing the thing. Look, it's the old one. All right, 51 degrees. That's very tasty. That's very comfortable. It won't bother you, then Edge just jumps up. Yeah. Why do you have a long time? No new fixing video. There's a new repair video once a week. Well, I say repair video. There's a mainline video once a week. The most recent video was the Corsair Capellex video. But yeah, don't worry, there's more repair content on the way though. I've got a couple of things in the pipeline. There'll be, I want to put out at least 2 repair videos before the Elite 360 video goes out. So yeah. All right, how was that? We got 747. I don't know R15 scores at all, so I've no idea if that's any good or not. However, it looks like it's in line with the expected scores here. You know, the 3770 is down at 662, and the 4770K is at 822. So that looks like that was to be expected. Let's run it again. And we had a maximum of 55. That's very tasty. All right, let's see. Back reading again. If you're having an issue only seeing live streams, yeah. Remember to check your subscriptions page, not the YouTube homepage. Right. I think that's it. I'm happy. We're not crashing. It's happy on 103 base clock. We're still running 103 base clock, and it's happy with it. So a lot of you could probably push this CPU higher by dropping down to 100 base clock and then running a higher multiplier. Lots of people have pointed out that this guy is good for like 4.3, 4.5 gigahertz. I'm sure it is. However, we're not getting into overclocking. I am 4 hours. I've been live for nearly 5 hours. I'm not starting an overclocking session. Hell no. So I think we are happy. I think we are happy. I'm actually going to shut it down. It runs, we happy. And just, would you like to save your benchmark score? Not really, no. There we go. All right, close that. And I'm shutting this down. I'm shutting it down. We're shutting it all down. And I will start it up tomorrow, and I'll make sure the last of the updates are installed, proper graphics drivers are installed, all of that stuff. Just generally finish the tweaking and setting up. But the main thing is done. Let's just do the final shot. So there we go, everyone. That is a nice... Let's get the Mr. Sheen out of the way. Get out of the way, Mr. Sheen. There we go. That's done. Lovely, tidy build. No dust in sight. Sleek. That's it. Okay. Can I get a sheesh? All right, that's it. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming along. You guys have been great. Thanks for keeping me company on this journey. It was a heckin' ride. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. I hope everyone saw something interesting. And I'm glad we had a little bit of fun as well. That's it. I will be, you guys can next see me. Caradog Brody is just spamming in the support links. My Twitch channel is there for gaming streams. I'll next be live on Sunday. We got the Patreon, we got the Discord, and also I will next be back on this channel on Saturday at about 4 o'clock UK time with Caradog for the podcast. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to hit end stream. Cheery bye, everyone. Thank you for the follows, the new members, and all of the super chats as well. Massive thank you, everyone. This has been a journey. See you guys soon. Bye. End stream.